Back-to-school savings are officially in session at Tanger Outlets. Shop tax-free August 2nd through 6th and save up to 70% off the latest school styles. The best of apparel, footwear, accessories, and more. Save at Nike Factory Store, American Eagle, Gap Outlet, Crocs, Under Armour, Banana Republic Factory, and hundreds more. There's always something happening. Discover the latest fun and events all season long. Tanger Outlets, your savings destination.
Check this out.
On the weekends,
Oofa.
Take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
The Eastern world, it is exploding, violence flaring, bullets loading. You're old enough to kill, but not for voting. You don't believe in war, but what's that gun you're toting? And even the Jordan River has bodies floating. But you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Can't you feel the fears I'm feeling today? If the button is pushed, there's no running away. There'll be no one to save with the world in a grave. Take a look around you, boy. It's bound to scare you, boy. And you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. My blood's so mad, feels like coagulating. I'm sitting here just contemplating. I can't twist the truth, it knows no regulation. Handful of senators don't pass legislation, and marches alone can't bring integration. When human respect is disintegrating, this whole crazy world is just too frustrating. And you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Well, a song that came about as part of the anti-war years, Vietnam and everything transpiring across America at that time, the race riots, the separation of people across the board according to their politics, their ideology, race, ethnic groups. It was a volatile time in 1968, and the volatility has sort of come back up. It's almost like a volcano that has been dormant for a while, and then suddenly it spews forth lava, similar to when it did when maybe it exploded lava in the air years before that, sometimes decades, sometimes centuries before that. But the combination of situations transpiring now, very similar to somebody like myself who's a baby boomer who grew up in the volatile times of 1968. But we baby boomers are no longer the majority of the population in America. The majority are the hipsters and millennials who have superseded us. So they have no way of reacting to that. But what has transpired is, with everything that took place in 1968, wars across the 7 seas, the civil rights movement, and then race riots as in response to the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Then there were the assassinations prior to that of JFK in 63 and RFK in 68. We're seeing a lot of the same things. One thing we didn't see back then, because it didn't exist, was the concept of basically disabling an entire structure, an entire country, an entire civilization through cyberspace. It didn't exist. There was no way to get at the elements that provided us the day-to-day comforts that we've taken for granted, because in order to do that, you'd have to do it through acts of physical sabotage, like maybe we saw exist in France when their train network was hit by a massive and serious sabotage just ahead of the Olympics. That could have been Black Flag anarchists who would never say it was them. Who knows? Maybe the pro-Palestinians, maybe just workers who were upset, as they always are in France. But cyber attacks are brand new, and baby boomers know little, if anything, about it. The group that is more sophisticated in these areas, that know more about cyberspace, know more about the internet, know more about the social networking patterns and everything good, bad, and ugly that can come. Now, the baby boomers and the millennials. But oftentimes it is, in fact, the baby boomers who speak out on these subjects. So, for instance, all 6 hours this morning is going to have a central theme. Look out for Iran. Look out for the Ayatollahs. They've warned us so many times they're coming for us, and they are putting everybody on the eve of destruction. I'll explain that through all the segments. In fact, before we go to Nancy, who was proven correct, who joins us again on this weekend as she did back-to-back, belly-to-belly, on the best side of the other side of midnight last Saturday morning and last Sunday morning to describe for us what was going on, the cyber attack, while others were discounting that. Underlaying all that has been the warning that we've been given by our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, originally from Yonkers, originally in the Obama administration, and now in the Biden administration, and it is again almost gone unreported. And I am amazed. I realize there's been a lot of news, a lot of very important news that has superseded it. But how do you avoid a warning coming from our Secretary of State, who was friendly towards the Iranians as Obama was, and obviously Biden was in comparison to Trump, who then tells us just a week ago that Iran is on the cusp of having a nuclear bomb?
How are you going to stop them?
Well, by far, the preferable way to do it would be through diplomacy. Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
1 or 2 weeks away, and almost no discussion of that whatsoever. And I believe that Iran is in such a desperate strait now, they're figuring that Donald Trump will get elected the next president. They don't want to go back to where he put him in a box, that they're starting to flex. And they're very good at countering Israeli cyber attacks on their nuclear weapons system. They've obviously become proficient because they're always under cyber attack for that reason. And I believe that they, in addition to the axis of evil, the Red Chinese, who we know are very proficient in that, and the Russians have joined together and said, hey, we got to really send a message to Western civilization, to NATO, and especially America, that we can reach out and weaken you without having to drop on your head nuclear weapons or to battle you with our armies or our tanks. We could do it. with cyber attacks. It was a Friday ago, right after Donald Trump had given a marathon acceptance speech at the Milwaukee RNC convention. My God, it was 90 minutes. Went on and on and on. But then soon after, there were a series of problems that plagued businesses that are dependent on computerized processing. First, the airlines, then banking institutions, financial institutions, medical supply institutions, and government. First out of the box, a guy who knows nothing about nothing when it comes to this, was the mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, who was having a press conference at like 8 o'clock in the morning last Friday, and without having any data, without having any knowledge about these affairs, immediately declared that it was not a cyber attack.
It was not a cyber attack. I recall when I was briefed by the former mayor, he says one of the major concerns is dealing with any form of IT outage, including if it is a cyber attack. We need to be prepared.
That was 8 o'clock in the morning of Friday ago. And Nancy, his reference point was the pothead, the stoner, Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, and his grifter wife, Charlene, who would always do puff, puff, pass on the back porch of Gracie Mansion when they occupied it like squatters for 8 years. That was his point of expertise, conversations he had with Bill de Blasio.
Yeah, I don't think that's really a very good source.
And he actually said that, which is sort of like people immediately said, that is the basis of you so quickly in a knee-jerk reaction declaring it wasn't a cyber attack. Now, Sid Rosenberg, who I've been at war with on all things involving the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, because he's such a took-his-kisser of those agencies. We've had pitched battles here, especially in the morning when I join him every Monday through Friday from 7:15. But on this one, he listened to what you had to say, Nancy, and he actually sided against the mayor and all the companies who were trying to calm people down because they thought, they'll be gripped by fear, fright, hysteria, and hype. You know, average people won't be able to deal with the fact that we were hit while we were vulnerable, while our guard was down, and we are the victims of a cyber attack. Here was Sid actually backing up your observation, Nancy, that it was, in fact, a cyber attack that very morning.
But wouldn't you agree that speech went on too long, Sid? Way too long.
I'll say this. At this point, I've gone Pines Bernard, I think, God rest his soul. You're going to be hard-pressed to find anyone who...
Yeah, wrong cut. But you'll find the right cut there. I don't know, my Broadway Bill Lee. You see, I think the computer has rejected the fact, knowing that Sid has been at odds with me along with Bill Riley. We're going to go into it, a deep dive about the FBI, the Secret Service, the CIA, and shoot a boy there in Butler County. But on this one, he actually listened to you and not to me.
I am leaning more towards, believe it or not, what you're saying, Curtis, more than this was just some type of computer mistake. Again, I'm not going to buy the inside job on the Secret Service yet. I'm not buying that. But this morning, I tend to lean more on your side, Curtis.
And my side was based on the information you had provided, Nancy, that in fact it was a cyber attack, and you had used the ominous words. I forget exactly what they were. It started with the color blue.
Yeah, the blue screen of death is what happened to the computers.
The blue screen of death, as opposed to the movie The Blue Lagoon.
Yeah, no, I never saw that movie.
Well, you didn't miss anything. But let's get into it, because we are now a week plus afterwards. There are still computer systems that are down. Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, with no knowledge of this, made such a ridiculous statement so quickly out of the box. And yet 20,000 of the city government computers are still inoperable. Airlines, especially Delta, have been crippled. and other businesses have been slowed to a crawl, although none of them want to acknowledge that they were victims of a cyber attack. So please, just as you did last weekend when you were on point and everybody else was saying, no, don't say that because, you'll put fear, fright, hysteria, and hype into the masses, the population. They won't be able to deal with it. We trust people, Nancy. We don't trust politicians because they're always lying to us, no matter if they're Republicans or Democrats. They just don't want to tell us the truth because they don't think we can handle the truth. So once again, connect the truth that you told us last weekend to everything that has transpired since, that increasingly has led a lot of skeptics last Friday to actually agree with Sid that you're right and people like Eric Adams were wrong.
Well, yeah, so initially what had happened was that this CrowdStrike had supposedly, sort of put a patch out, and this patch works through the Microsoft system, and then Microsoft sends out these certain updates, but unfortunately what happened was there was some incorrect code, right? That's what they've surmised so far. They don't know how it got in there, so there's no real answers, which is why it was kind of funny that Mayor Adams was so quick to claim that it wasn't a cyber attack, because it's very indicative of a cyber attack having happened, because, what this system does with the security is it prevents from external threats, right? There's no indication that there was an external threat. Like, nothing came from the outside. It wasn't as though, some new malware came out and somehow infected the system. They actually sent this out themselves within their own system. So that's kind of like the definition of a cyber attack.
So now, a week plus later, and they still don't have an answer. They're blaming it on a bug. They say where the patch didn't work. Now, when they say a patch, and again, I'm a Luddite. I don't understand any of this. You do. It's your business. You're an e-attorney. It's what you've done for a living. You're a specialist in this field. When they say a patch, I'm thinking to myself, when I was a kid and I was on my big Schwinn Chief bicycle and I'm pedaling around delivering the New York Daily News, and all of a sudden I get a flat tire. There was a tube in the tire. So you would take the tube and you would blow it up and see where the hole was. It was generally matched up with the tire. Maybe you would roll over a nail, or maybe it was something you couldn't necessarily detect. Okay. And once you found the source of the escaping air that allowed the tire to go flat, whether it was a quick flattening or a slow flattening, you knew you had to put a patch on it. And they actually sold patch kits back then, in which you took the glue out, you put it on the patch, you put the patch on the tube, you pumped the tube up after leaving it dry for a while. If the tube did not lose the air, then you fit it in the tire itself and you put it back on the rim, and then you pumped it with air and you hope to God the patch would hold. People used to do this with tires with plugs. Like the cheap way of trying to keep a tire going. You put a plug in it. Man, I remember I used to put plugs in tires when I was a gas station attendant, and that was known. That would just be temporary until they could get a new tire. So is that in any way, shape, or form similar to what they're saying when they said, we put a patch on the system, it should be okay?
No, not at all. Not even close.
What exactly is it then?
Well, no. So again, I don't think they put a patch on the system. What they were doing supposedly was updating the system. So they were, again, this is their claim. I don't think it's a software update. But what happens with a software update is, again, if for some reason it didn't take, or it was like somehow interfacing with the system in a negative way, it would just not upload correctly. So again, this isn't what it was. It was that it accepted into the system this code that was faulty. And again, supposedly they don't know how it got in there, but a lot of the recent cases that have been brought against, these companies when there's these types of things, they're a lot clearer in identifying it as hackers with the same exact rationale, that they don't know how it got into the system, that someone who had credentials to input into the system somehow did something incorrectly. So they've called it out before. They just don't want to, acknowledge that that's what's going on here. I think it's it has a lot more to do with the fact of who their clients really are. So you have over half of the Fortune 500 companies and a lot of the U.S. governmental bodies, including the United States, which primarily use the Microsoft and then this CrowdStrike system. So their systems have been compromised. Now, when you think about that concept that we have, government agencies, including the Department of Defense, okay, that has their system compromised, it's no wonder they don't want to publicly say what happened, the level to which you should be concerned about this cyber attack, and also the fact that think about how much sensitive information is potentially already compromised. But this is part of the pervasiveness of Microsoft software in the government. This has been of concern for quite some time, and came out even like earlier in this year when a lot of governmental emails had gotten out by virtue of hackers. They identified it as hackers, and Microsoft has been able to sort of skirt by for a very long time because they have one of the strongest like lobbyists you could imagine. So, they started getting really strong and powerful when they were getting challenged for antitrust, things like that. So, but they're like sort of, they're so close with the government now, even to the point where you have increased contracts trying to be put through now that are being questioned. So, you have a continuing contracts. I'm sorry. So Senator Eric Schmidt, this is a Republican in Montana, recently was grilling the Pentagon over plans to invest more in Microsoft products, writing that, the letter to the Defense Department. So again, you're working with this company that clearly is showing that it has a very compromised cybersecurity system, but because the government works so closely with Microsoft, they're willing to let them slide a lot more, but it's to everyone's detriment when you see the amount of things that it affected. 911 calls, Social Security Administration, all the government, departments. And again, we don't even know what's been leaked. They're not even going that far. So it's like, okay, it's one thing. It's been compromised. Okay, now what's the effects of it? We still don't know.
So we can't trust them because they're not being forthright with us. They're not being truthful. And again, I go back to last Friday, hours after Donald Trump had finished his acceptance speech in Milwaukee. 8 o'clock in the morning, Mayor Eric Adams decided to declare it was not a cyber attack.
It was not a cyber attack. I recall when I was briefed by the former mayor, he says one of the major concerns is dealing with any form of IT outage, including if it is a cyber attack. We need to be prepared.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, whose side are you on? Are you on the side of Eric Adams, who depended on, oh my God, I can't even say it, Bill de Blasio as the expert on the difference between a tech glitch and a cyber attack, or Nancy, who called it at about 7:30 in the morning that Friday and was so convincing that the jaundiced one, the jaded one, Sid Rosenberg, actually agreed with Nancy through me that, in fact, it was a cyber attack. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And also, the fact that here we have Anthony Blinken, our Secretary of State, warning us that Iran, by this week, would have a nuclear weapon. And almost nobody is talking about it at all. And you'd have to say, how could this all of a sudden not sort of rise to everyone's attention? The Israelis are not talking about it. Bibi did not talk about it on his visit to Washington, where he addressed both houses of Congress. He didn't talk about it when he met with Biden and Harris and Trump. And yet it's real. And we saw, and we'll discuss later on, the attack that came out of Lebanon by Hezbollah against a group that I know quite a bit about, the Druze that I met in Israel, a very, very, let's just say, eccentric group, a lot different than a lot of other people. And how this could lead to like a form of a mini world war. And nobody's talking about it at all. We just want to suppress information. We don't trust people to be able to absorb the information. We don't want to spread fear, fright, hysteria, and hype. And yet, when the reality kicks in, who's going to pay for all this? Whose boys and girls are going to have to go and serve and potentially die and be injured in these crazed wars that we sometimes get ourselves in? It's going to be all of you. All of you.
Yeah, and again, to the point of what you're saying, right? Some of these Microsoft's email, cloud storage, video conferencing products, they're used in the workplace, including the federal government, for which, the companies like the major suppliers. So think about if there is any types of discussions going on about what you're saying right here. All of that information could be now available to whoever the hackers were. So, I mean, again, it could be even, something to be very concerned about, this threat of this information having leaked.
So just like our enemies look at the impaired condition of Joe Biden, and we're analyzing it, the axis of evil, Iran, Russia, Red China, they now see that we are super vulnerable in terms of our cybersecurity. Because they're probably all claiming it wasn't us, but boy, we want to study what happened because, boy, it put a thumping on westernized countries, capitalist countries, and all their dependency on computers and software, and could easily study how that took place and then try to do an even bigger attack against us.
Yeah, I mean, and the other sort of, information about personal information that gets compromised, because some of these governmental systems, they have driver's license information, social security information, and there's been recently in New York City on Roosevelt Avenue, long been known as the East Coast epicenter for fake IDs, of all of these gangbangers coming over from Venezuela who have green cards they're selling to migrants. And that's been consistently happening. So now you have the possibility of identity theft, and then people who are getting cards, who can be committing crimes in other individuals' name. And then plus it makes it extremely easy for anyone who wanted to come into the country, if they had any, bad intentions, to have easy access to things like driver's license and, start working and setting up a life with it. It goes really far, the reach of what this type of attack means.
That's why I don't trust any of these entities. You go exactly where Nancy said. You go to 82nd Street, right underneath the number 7 train, the John Rockers Express. Get off there when you're going to a Met game at Citi Field. Walk around up to 103rd Street. Walk back to 74th and Roosevelt. All underneath that L, people are selling these items out in the open on card tables. Easy for any law enforcement to swoop in and bust them. Passports, green cards, driver's license, all forms of ID. It's like an Arab bazaar. It's like a souk. They sell it out in the open. The NYPD does nothing. The FBI does nothing. None of these federal agencies do anything about it. I've complained over and over again, as have the residents of that area. They say, how could this be going on? I understand it could be going on behind closed doors, right out in the open.
And it's like, so like rogue migrants, they can use the fake documents and they avoid developing a criminal record under their real name. So we have the problem in New York City of ghost guns, ghost cars, and ghost criminals. So, I mean, this is just perpetuating that lack of information and ability for even the NYPD to try to crack down on these people.
And they wonder why I don't trust them. Because when something is operating openly, boldly, and brazenly, it is clearly with the permission, the acknowledgement of those agencies that are tasked with the responsibility of stopping it. And this has been going on for years. I don't want to hear these complaints. We can't. Whatever happened to Barack Obama saying, yes, we can. Oh, we can't do any. We can't. It's right in your freaking face. They're selling passports. They're selling driver's license, green cards. They're Venezuelan gangbangers right there on card tables. Right underneath the number 7 train, openly, boldly, brazenly, and you do nothing. What does the FBI do? Nothing. What does the NYPD do? Nothing. So I have to assume by your malfeasance, your ineptness, you're allowing this to exist. Are you getting paid off? Are you getting kickbacks? It leads people to the conclusion that if you close your eyes, there might be a big payday at the end of it. So if, in fact, that's not the case, prove to us. Prove it by shutting it down. Oh, well, it'll still exist behind closed doors.
Well, I mean, and technically, the fake ID, the criminal possession of a forged instrument is a felony punishable by up to 7 years. So, again, this isn't a misdemeanor, a low offense crime. This is something that you really should be going after, and at a minimum, you should be getting some form of jail time for.
So you ask yourself, why aren't they doing anything about it? Why do they allow it to operate so boldly and brazenly and in public? Everybody knows about it in those neighborhoods. Been many, many complaints. And all you get are the stupid answers. You can't do anything about it. We're impotent. Well, then go get a different job, huh? Because it leads one to believe in conspiracies and possibly the fact that you're making money on this by closing your eyes to it. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
1, 2, 3, 4. 77 WABC weekends mean the best talk during the day.
The liberals now want to create all-out chaos.
And the best music at night. With Cousin Brucey, Joe Piscopo, Tony Orlando, and Vinny Madunio. Curtis Lewa overnight.
Don't fold like a cheap camera.
And so much more.
WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now.
They treat us like children. They tell us, don't worry, we got it. You know nothing about nothing. Just pay your taxes. We'll take care of everything. We'll bring in illegal aliens. You'll pay for that. You shut your mouth. And when it comes to your kids, we'll determine what's in the best interest of your children. So shut your mouth, pay your taxes, and mind your B.I.B. business. That's what government is about. Like they're the great sheep herders. Like they're our papachulos. They're going to take care of everything. And they continue to lie and delay and ignore and deny, acting as if we the people can't handle bad news. Once again, people handle bad news in their families, in their businesses, in their workplace every day and somehow survive. And don't necessarily get traumatized. But these politicians, they don't trust people. They really don't. And it's so symbolic in what we just went through, which we'll discuss later as we go to the 6 hours to the break of dawn. The FBI lying to us, Secret Service lying to us, and so much mishigash surrounding the attempted assassination of Donald Trump that he is determined now to go back to that same location in Butler County and have the mega MAGA rally of all And I hope he does it outdoors in that same place and really tests the government's so-called stated desire to give him complete protection as they are now finally giving to RFK Jr. But anyway, let's go to the phones. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go, if we can, to Raymond, who's calling from Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Raymond.
Hey, Curtis. How you doing? First-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah, I'm born and raised over here in Gravesend, Brooklyn, and now this mayor is trying to put a all-male homeless shelter on 86th Street, 25th Avenue. And, I mean, it's sad to see. My dad bought this house. He passed away a couple of years ago. And I'm living in here, my daughter and my son. You know, I wanted this neighborhood to continue being, you know, family-oriented. I mean, the Asians, they're doing it. They're helping out. They're doing what they have to do, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It will, Raymond. I'm working with the Chinese community there. They have been out.
I appreciate, Kurt.
That corner, I've led a lot of demonstrations against migrant shelters and other shelters. I have never seen the passion. I have never seen the total dedication of a community. It was great in Staten Island. They were the best, but this supersedes all.
I saw that.
So 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, they're out there. They're banging their placards. There ain't no way.
I'm going up and down.
Right, there ain't no way that the mayor's going to be able to put up a men's shelter for a single able-bodied.
Yeah, come on.
That ain't happening. He's going to have to arrest thousands of Chinese. And in fact, in a few hours, there's a big rally. Feel free to attend, anybody else. Foley Square, starting at 12 noon. I'll be there. And it's in support of the neighborhood there, Bensonhurst and Gravesend, to reject this shelter like other communities want to reject these shelters, because the man don't give Jack Diddley squat. His friends are getting kickbacks on all these shelters. All of them. And we can prove it.
I'm telling you. And then they try fighting, and they keep their mouth shut later on.
Exactly. And later on in the program, I'm going to tell you how the governor ain't doing her job. You know, the governor, she's a grifter. There is a homeless population in Jamestown, just south of Buffalo, which she declares is her home. It's a town of 28,000. They have declared a state of emergency. They've got 500 homeless people that are squatting in businesses, in buildings, in parks next to the river, on private and public lands. They had to declare a state of emergency, and the governor has completely ignored their plight. Completely ignored their plight. What the hell is she governor for?
Oh, just to look pretty.
Well, you see, you got to understand this. Follow the money, Raymond. If there ain't no money to be made by these crooked politicians, if there ain't no kickbacks to be made on contracts, they're not interested. They are not interested. Let's go to Ron calling from Westchester. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Ron?
Curtis, I had spoken to you about 3-4 weeks ago. We've had the pleasure of you and your ex, my wife and I, having dinner with you a half a dozen times, nightclubs. We were there when you were honored. I'm the one who brought up Carlucci and Singerman, the gentlemen who are fans of yours. One was the publisher of The Post. Then he became Racing Form publisher, and Carlucci became the publisher of The Post. When we went to the racetrack, you remember, with the signatures and the autographs, etc. This story I had told you about.
Well, yeah. By the way, Ron, there was the running of Run Curtis Run in Saratoga. That was the 8th race. Tony and Broadway Bill Lee, if you had done what I said, if you had taken a reverse mortgage, a payday loan, if you had raided your kids or your grandchildren's college education fund, you would have made a lot of money on Run Curtis Run. It was actually named that after I lost to Eric Adams. Great Horseman there. Michael Dubs named it that, and it's been running ever since. And I'm telling you, a lot of people would have made money if they would have listened. They didn't listen. Let's go, if we can, to Dan, who's calling from New York. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Dan. Oh, what happened to Dan? Dan did the bird. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to John in Westchester. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. John?
Oh, Curtis, my man, it is so good to speak with you. Nancy, hello. I have not spoken with you. I hope you're doing well. It's great to hear you bring your wife onto the radio show, Curtis. So listen, man, I wanted to talk to you about two different things real quick. First thing is you were on one of the shows early in the morning and you played J.D. Vance's cut. You said that you were one of the first to talk about it. I heard it. I'm not sure if I heard the cut from you or later on. But what's the big deal with the cut? Can you talk to me a little bit about that? And then I want to talk to you about your life a little bit also after you're done telling me about that.
Sure. Now you're referring to J.D. Vance's cut about cat ladies, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, so we're going to play.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
That was what he said 3 years ago with Tucker Carlson, John. I got to tell you, my view is the guy's like a caveman, never mind a hillbilly. I don't understand that line of attack. Maybe you do, but the fact that women have either chosen or can't have children and might have cats is a bad thing?
So I didn't realize it was 3 years ago. I thought it was 8 years ago. But it's freaking nonsensical what he's talking about. Pete Buttigieg, I think Pete Buttigieg has a couple of kids, doesn't he?
Well, he's got one. He's got one. He's in a gay relationship, obviously. He has a child. But just the fact that's the mentality of the 1950s. You know, we are now in 2024. You're basically turning off a large segment of the community when you say something that's stupid.
Well, I'll tell you what, nobody was talking about it until after you started talking about it. So I was pretty impressed with that. So I wanted to bring that up. Second thing I wanted to bring up, and I just thought of it now talking about Buttigieg and the kids and this and that. Do you hear about this situation in the Paris Olympics where a company took away their ads because of the Last Supper thing that the Olympics did?
Yeah, they had...
Tell me a little bit about that, please.
All right, so one of the opening ceremonies, which was ridiculous, they had drag queens who were simulating the Last Supper, Jesus Christ and his apostles. And they were getting all giddy, and they were all happy about it, and they thought this was creative. I'll tell you straight up, Barry, with the Muslim population they have in France and all the problems they have there, they wouldn't dare have done anything involving Allah or Muhammad in that sort of format. But they love to pick on Christians, and they love to pick on Jesus and the apostles, and they'll have them turned into transgenders and drag queens, and they get all happy about that.
So are they flipping the bird at Christians, or are they just talking about inclusivity? What's the deal there? What are the French trying to do, and what is the religion of the French people? I'm sorry to...
No. It's predominantly Catholic, as it is in Germany, in some areas, Bavaria, Lutheran, and others. Italy, predominantly Catholic. But a lot of the sort of hipster millennials and younger people, they don't really have any form of religiosity. This is sort of like a form of protest. You know, it's like when you rebel against your parents' traditions or grandparents' traditions. And they love doing this. They did it, remember, they did it in the ballpark, the L.A. Dodgers. They had the drag queens come out in a game they were playing against the San Francisco Giants. And again, they made fun of Christianity. Like, what is the purpose of that?
You know, Curtis, I have a buddy who's a Dem, and I go the other way, all right? But we both like to think that we're self-aware. And I talked to him about the transsexual thing with the college swimmers and this and that. And he says, listen, man, the right really pushes it like it matters a lot, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal in the country. But now I'm seeing Last Supper things on the Olympics. I'm seeing Kamala Harris with RuPaul and the dragsters the day before. And I'm saying maybe it is becoming a big thing.
Well, imagine Vice President Harris, this was made before she declared for the presidency. She made an appearance with RuPaul and the Drag Race drag queens. Was so proud of it. But then again, they would never have done that against the Muslims. There would be riots in the streets throughout France. But Christians, you can pick on them. They're not going to do anything. There won't be any blowback.
No, I find it kind of funny that this sort of. I guess they're saying it's inclusivity, but it's like this weird thing where it's this shock factor. I guess that's what it's trying to get attention with. Like, let's see how outrageous we can be. I have no idea why that has any place at a competition for sports and physicality. It's just an odd place to insert that message. I have no idea why they were doing that.
Why they do all the things that they do is beyond me. But then again, this was purposeful to basically stick a finger in the eyes of the Christian believers. What's the point? What are you doing? What are you doing? And then again, Vice President Harris on Drag Race with RuPaul. All right. Who knows? Are you a drag queen? I have no idea, but I'd be very interested in seeing what poetic language dripped from her lips.
It's another side of midnight. 77 WABC.
Hello world, my name is Ora Mayari and I am Nashville's best, most stunning, and most electrifying drag performer. Where's she walking to? I am a dancer. I do a lot of very high energy number, and I am your Filipina goddess. Yes, goddess.
This is another side of midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I have one thing to say. You better work.
Oh, 3 snaps up. Can you imagine this? Right after she announces for the presidency, her first major TV appearance, although already pre-taped when she was solely the vice president, expected to run for re-election with Joe Biden, is 3 snaps up. Vice President Giggles Harris. I can't wait to hear what she says to RuPaul and the drag race drag queens. Oh, my God. You just play right into the hands of the rest of America that says, okay, it's different. But I don't know necessarily if you want a president actually out there on the drag queen runway 3 snaps up. It's good to get the San Francisco vote when she was out in San Francisco. Good to get the California vote because they're more accepting, more tolerant of that. But the heartland of America, hillbilly country, I think J.D. Vance, James Dean Vance, has a little bit of an edge in hillbilly country over Vice President Harris with RuPaul's Drag Race 3 Snaps Up. Speaking of J.D. Vance, who I've nicknamed James Dean Vance. By the way, I never trust anybody with three names, Nancy, as you know. We must discuss in the next hour. I remember when I first played that cut for you, the jaundiced look you had on your face. The jaundiced look on your face when J.D. Vance was making fun of cat ladies. You don't
We're
do
effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are...
Ooh. Man, J.D. Vance, you made an enemy of Nancy Sliwa. Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo. You know, in just a few hours, Nancy returns for the Animal Welfare Hour, in which she talks a lot about cats and dogs and other animal issues. But the other morning, you should have seen the look on her face. When, as the caller mentioned, I was the first to play the cut of a conversation that J.D. Vance had with Tucker Carlson about 3 years ago when he went off on cat ladies who either can't have children or have chosen not to have children and blamed the problems of the world on them. Now, you got to understand, Nancy is a hardcore Trumper. Originally a supporter of Bernie the Altacaca Sanders in 2016, but when the DNC turned their back on him, like so many others, she voted for Donald Trump. She's been a Trumper ever since. Now, I have no idea how that's going to impact on her vote this time around, but I do remember the look, and if looks could kill, I would have been dead right there on arrival.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, round and round. Now that J.D. Vance has been elevated to be the vice presidential candidate for Donald Trump, as you know, for everyone who was ever elevated into that position, Democrat or Republican, they go through a vetting process, the likes of which they never went through, either when they were running for Senate, the House of Representatives, the governorship, doesn't matter. It's intense, so everything you ever said comes back, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the other morning, I played comments that were made by J.D. Vance. I call him James Dean Vance. I thought it was a really bad choice by Trump, with all the other choices he had. He had Marco Rubio, I thought would have been a much better choice from Florida, particularly because he's doing so well getting the Latino vote. Then there was Tim Scott, African-American from South Carolina, the governor of North Dakota. But all three of them were not election deniers. They had certified the vote or they had publicly commented on the results of 2020. And it was in the affirmative for Joe Biden. The only election denier was J.D. Vance. He wasn't even in the Senate yet. He had run for the Senate a year after and did his mea culpas with Trump because he had said some really nasty things about Donald Trump. Oh, nasty things. And again, there's an article in this morning's New York Times. I wonder about this guy. I really do. We talked about transgenders, drag queens, gays, lesbians, towards the end of the last hour, Nancy. New York Times has email communication, text communication, nothing sexual at all about it. But it's bizarre between him and a transgender that he went to Yale Law School with. They remained, along with 12 others, friends well after school. They communicated with one another. Again, there's nothing sexual about this at all. It's just an exchange of opinions and ideology, the way friends would, particularly lifelong friends. But he was a totally different person then. Now, people do change. There's no doubt about it. As you mature, you get older. As he left Yale Law School, where he and his wife had met, and then they got married. Then he moved to the West Coast, Silicon Valley, got extraordinarily wealthy there, and then returned to Ohio and said, after writing the book about his hillbilly upbringing, Hillbilly Elegy, in which he was the darling of the left, that he wanted to run for Senate. He sought the endorsement of Donald Trump. He fell on the sword, and he renounced everything he had said about Donald Trump before, which I get. But it's bizarre, the transition this guy has made. And more is going to come out. You know more is going to come out. But probably what was most damning to a lot of people supportive of him were the comments he made with macho maniacal Tucker Carlson, who believes that every family should have 20 kids. Well, of course, he can support 20 kids. He basically lives in a compound up near Kenny Point.
Wait, he really said that?
Yes.
Oh, God.
You know, as many kids as possible. Easy for the rich to say that.
Or a guy.
Exactly. But he's up there, you know, he's in some kind of silo in Maine, not far from where the Bushes used to be, Kennebunkport. And this is when he was on Fox, and he had an interview with J.D. Vance, who was the U.S. Senator of Ohio at the time. Or maybe he was a candidate. I'm not quite sure. And boy, when I played this the other morning, I think I was the first to play it. The look on your face that you gave me is like if I was dead on arrival for just playing the cut. I'm going to play it again for all of you to listen because he has responded to it but has not apologized for all of it, just some of it, not all of it.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Your response at that time, because you were like, you were quiet, but I knew it was bothering you.
Well, okay, so it's just wrong on so many levels. I'm not even sure where to start, but I'll start with the basic thing, right? Which is this terminology of the cat lady. So clearly, like the way he's referring to it is like that old school pejorative term and because he referenced it too, like people who don't have the children. But obviously back in the day, that's because either, a woman couldn't have children or she didn't get married. It wasn't really socially acceptable. So to say like by default, someone who then wants to, give love to living creatures, like that kind of makes sense. Hey, maybe someone doesn't have that, but now when you use the term, it's really just, like sometimes it's animal hoarders they refer to, or just really animal lovers or people who rescue animals now. So that's like the first part, that he's using it in this like really old school way, which is almost implying that, number one, someone can't have children, which is kind of crazy because like if maybe a woman calling out a guy for, having ED or something like that. Like I'm not really sure why you're publicly calling someone out for that if they can't. Or then he's also saying, well, they choose not to have kids. But that would be looking at women as like they're like broodmares for the state or something. Like I don't think it's a woman's responsibility to be birthing children if she doesn't want to. So every way you look at it, he just sounds ridiculous. But then also to say that people who are childless are miserable, like I don't understand that one at all. I'm pretty sure that people who don't have kids have a lot less on their plate and they're pretty okay with that. So I have no idea why he thinks that. I mean, I'm really happy having a lot of cats. And then plus, people sometimes, obviously with like, you and I and stuff like that, like even being a stepmom, like that's really kind of cool. Like I never thought about that, but so, I mean, you're kind of really dissing a lot of different family relationships and ways that people can be loving to kids, society, animals at large. Like it just has no place, that statement he made whatsoever. It's like, I don't know where he's coming from. It sounds like he woke up, like he fell asleep like 50 years ago or something.
Well, exactly. And we know he's an intelligent guy.
I mean, I guess, but it's a pretty stupid statement.
He did well in Yale Law School. You went to law school, Brooklyn Law.
Yeah.
You don't get into Yale Law School
unless maybe your parents help. I mean, you don't get into Yale Law School unless you have some cash. That means you already have a leg up on most people. So
right. But you got to have some.
Well, something. Right? There has to be something there.
So as much as he, has made his claim, I guess to fame initially on writing about being a hillbilly growing up amongst hillbillies, I get it. It was a tough life. His mother was addicted to drugs. That's a difficult thing to overcome. All of that is totally understood in the narrative. But then when you come out with a statement like that, you say, what is the one thing that would keep Donald Trump from becoming president again? The women's vote. In 2016, he won the women's vote. Unexpectedly, in the last 11 days, the independent women broke for not Hillary, who she thought, this is a lock, I'm going to get the women's vote, but for Donald Trump. In 2020, the women's vote broke for Joe Biden and not Donald Trump. So you had a choice of bringing on different people as your vice presidential candidate, and you bring on a guy who sounds like a Neanderthal.
I remember when Ralph Nader was running for president, and I really liked him. I thought, he was someone who really clearly dedicated a lot of his life to helping so many people. And he got this backlash, too, because he wasn't a father. And I remember them going after him like, well, how could you understand what families go through? I think that's so, irrelevant to the equation to think that someone needs to be a parent to be able to be someone who's caring and, can help society at large. It's just an odd sort of thing. I mean, think about how many irresponsible parents are out there. I mean, the whole logic is just off with him.
And then he had a chance to apologize, and he basically was like half and half kind of apology, almost because he had to.
Something tells me he probably, when he was maybe when he was in Yale Law School, he dated some girl who had a cat, and then it didn't go, she left him, and so he's forever jaded. There's gotta be some deeper story behind that statement. That's what I'm saying.
Or he's allergic to cat hair.
There's something else going on here.
I mean, I say this all the time because people make fun of me for raising so many cats with you that you rescue from the shelters who, if you didn't rescue them, they would be slaughtered. They would be destroyed. They would be euthanized. Wait a second, Mark Twain had 19 cats. You ain't going to hear J.D. Vance making fun of Mark Twain, who is the greatest writer that America has ever created and best known for being in the heartland. You ain't going to make fun of him.
Yeah, this strange sort of idea that caring for a living creature, you're equating it with some sort of negative attribute, I find really disturbing. Really disturbing.
Well, the fear of cats goes way
you think
back.
He's scared of cats?
Yeah. Look, you remember the first time you met my mother, Francesca.
Yeah, that's true.
She was afraid of cats because of old world Italian tradition that had told her, well, cats, they carry the plague, from rat fleas, and you got to be careful. They're unlucky, they're sneaky. And you remember, she actually was afraid of cats.
Yeah, and one thing I can say in terms of like the distinction with like the cat personalities, so there's a lot of people who just treat cats very independently. So if you're interacting with them, if you never had them, they can seem aloof. But when you see how caring they are, like when people are very engaged with them, it's like it's so different than like sort of the goofy dog personality where they just run up to any stranger and start like loving on them. So I think the complicated, like, sort of psychological relationship, as it were, you have to develop trust with cats. Like some people, they probably just don't have that ability or the time or the patience to really care about an animal, and that's why they're dismissive like that.
Well, look, somebody like Donald Trump, he just doesn't like pets, period, whether they're dogs, cats. He
doesn't have time to develop that love. Yeah,
he's a non-pet guy, no problem.
Yeah.
But to make fun in the context of criticizing Harris, criticizing Buttigieg, criticizing AOC, I don't get the connection there.
I'm going to take it he's not a vegetarian either.
Probably not.
So I think it's just a general dislike of animals, like overall with him.
But again, if you want to win the election, and this is 2024, and there are a lot of Republican women who are already upset at the position that he's taken on abortion. His position on abortion is only if it spares the life of the mother, not even for incest and rape. Man, you can turn a lot of women off. It's the women who are the majority of the voters. It's the women who will determine who the next president is, as they have in the last two election cycles. So if you want to continue to be, macho, maniacal hardheads, just look at the analytics. But making fun of cat ladies, man, you say to yourself, guy, if you're truly a hillbilly, if these are truly your beliefs, you better sort of shake it off like dandruff as you get into this election cycle, because most Americans are not there anymore. The 1950s, yeah. 2024, no.
Yeah, and again, I just go back to the point too, like to say that people are miserable, like I beg to differ. I think people without kids are generally a lot happier.
Let's go if we can. Margot in Manhattan, your turn to be heard here at WABC. Margot?
Hi, Curtis and Nancy. You're both fantastic. But speaking of Mark Twain, I think he said, a man that loves cats needs no introduction. I think, didn't he say that? That was his famous
I like that.
quote.
That's good.
Yeah, but you know what? Whoever you're voting for, Trump or Harris, that's your choice. But I agree with you, Curtis. Why on earth did he pick this imbecile? I mean, I don't want to sound harsh. I know I don't want to sound harsh or unfeeling or, but why did he should have picked, what's his name, Rubio? That would have been fine. At least he has a little charisma. This, and again, I don't want to slam anyone, but is he like still eating like Wonder Bread and like chicken wings every night? Because, I mean, like, what year is this dude in? I mean, seriously, this guy's an imbecile. No, really. I mean, and Trump wants to win. I thought he had some savvy about him.
Remember.
Well, I mean,
he still has this Achilles heel. He doesn't want to give up on the 2020 election. He can't let that go. So out of the four remaining candidates for vice president, the other three were not election deniers. That means they certified the vote, or in the case of the North Dakota governor, he said, no, the election should stand. Biden wins. The only one who is an election denier is J.D. Vance. This is Trump's Achilles heel.
He's a moron. Listen, I chose not to have children. I have 2 cats, and I'm a vegan, but I'm not militant. I only do it because I grew up eating chicken and all that, but I made a choice some years ago because I don't want to have a morgue in my stomach, and I don't digest meat very well. It really makes me sick. But this guy is on another planet, and I'm glad I made that choice. I'm an aunt, and I don't have the responsibility. I'm actually thrilled with that. And
yes.
Speaking for all cat ladies out there, this guy is an oh God, I'm not supposed to do this because I'm trying not to. I don't want to slam. I really don't. I mean, it's not good to be negative. But what kind of an idiot is this? This is like an imbecile. I mean, I think he wants to be a cat lady. He's hiding behind that big beard, and he's all portly. He's like a beard, right, Nancy? This dude is like on another
That's a good theory.
planet. Come on, Nancy, you're a cat lady. This guy is a friggin'
I have a great time with my cats, and I think it's very responsible to take care of those creatures that are out there.
They're babies in many ways. You have to be real. There's a lot of responsibility when it comes to taking care of cats. I'm sure they're fur babies.
Exactly.
They need a lot of care and special food, and they're so finicky, right? I mean, they're totally. Who is this guy? Why? If Trump wants to win so badly, why on earth did he pick this imbecile? I'm sorry.
Well,
I just can't help
Margot,
but notice. And it's not just me. It's like all cat ladies and some men.
I am telling you, Margot, it has to do with being an election denier. This is Trump's Achilles heel. He can't forget 2020. He won't let it go.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy because I definitely felt like, given the whole turn of events, that I still think it's, Trump sort of to lose at this point, but it's like, what a poor choice he made. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think he's putting himself in a bad position having picked this guy.
Well, again, I can't say it enough times. You look at the analytics. Guys do all the talking when it comes to politics. Most of the interviews are with guys. Guys are boisterous, they're bombastic, and a lot of them don't even vote. But you look at the women, most of the women vote, and they take it as if it's a responsibility. They may be quiet, they may be meek, but they vote. This
would be so unfortunate if this choice actually is what gets Kamala into the White House. Like, I'll cry.
Exactly.
We can't have that
And
happen.
you voted for Trump.
This is horrible.
So why? And then, okay, so you said it. You're given an opportunity to amend it, to correct it, to apologize. But no, in this macho, maniacal way, he went like halfway back. And it's like, give it up. And now he's married to a woman who is a Hindu, an Indian woman who is a Hindu. Hindus revere animals. Animals in many instances are more important than people. If you've ever been to India like I have, God, if a cow decides to plop down in the middle of the street, no traffic moves. Monkeys, if you go to an ashram, monkeys are sacred. Where this hillbilly gets these ideas from. But look, we all say things that we regret. It's a question if you can pivot and shift. He has not pivoted and shifted on this, and he really is going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened with, what was that, the woman who he was, initially toying around with as a VP, and then she told the story about her farm and...
Oh, that's right. That's the governor of South Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, again, just related to animals, but, you start bringing up the animal issue, you start offending a lot of animal lovers in general.
Yeah, I call her the Barbie doll. She looks like a Barbie doll. She did all kind of commercials where she's 1 minute a plumber, she's doing the rodeo. She was one of the prime considerations until her biography was published, and she willingly acknowledged that she didn't like one particular dog of hers, and she shot the dog dead. And she ran out of bullets. She went back to the truck, loaded up again, came back to the ditch, shot him a few more times.
Yeah, I think it's like this, general trend that some people, for some reason, haven't picked up on, which is that people's pets and animals, they love so much, and they put them on par with people as well. So, I mean, when you're insulting animals, in many ways, you're insulting the people who love them, the time that they spend, the dedication. I mean, again, it's just a really ironic choice to insult that.
Now, if people want to find out what you do, Nancy, and cat ladies like yourself and others who love animals do, what's the website they can go to?
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
ProtectOurAnimals.org. If you want to help Nancy in her work with the Guardian Angels, this is what we also do. Just go to the website. In fact, in a few hours, we'll be on with the Animal Welfare Show, which is every Sunday after the deep dive, the Rip and Read. We start from 8 to 10, and 10 to 11 is the Animal Welfare Hour. You don't want to miss it, or you can catch it on the podcast at WABCRadio.com. Let's go to Glenn in Pennsylvania. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Glenn.
Thank you. I would like to make 4 points. I'm calling in defense of James Vance, to be clear. First of all, I hear the term pet parent. You're familiar with that. Your last guest used the term fur babies. I find these terms very offensive. When people put their dogs and cats in a baby carriage, I think that's disgusting. To raise the animals to the level of human babies.
Well, now, I don't understand if people are wheeling around their dogs and cats in a baby carriage. Yes. How is that offensive?
Because they're raising animals to the level of human beings, and they shouldn't. Animals don't have souls. They don't go to heaven. Human beings are much more important. So I find those terms offensive. Fur babies, your last caller said, I'm offended by these terms. My point number 2, I think you're talking about Ernest Hemingway, who in Key West has a lot of cats in his home, which is now a tourist attraction. Not Mark Twain.
No. Mark Twain did have 19 cats, but you are correct about Ernest Hemingway also.
Okay. Point number 3. Businesses like to hire married people with children because they're more reliable. They're not out carousing the clubs looking, for pickups. So businesses, corporations, law firms like married people with children because they're a lot more stable.
Well, they realize that they can't go jumping from job to job.
They have to stay.
They have to stay, even if they're miserable.
Right. And so James Vance, and I wish he would start calling himself James, not this J.D., James David, I think it's called referring to. He should call his full name James Vance. Point 4. It's hard to talk on the phone. I appreciate your patience with me.
Of course.
Point 4. Thank you. Point 4. I have it written down here while I was waiting. I'm from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. The local broadcasters that are all now owned by corporations send in their efficiency experts. And they tell them, look, it have lots of news about pets. People love pets. So it's really disgusting how the local broadcasting on television keeps going on and on about animals. They have all these stories about animals. You hear about China sending their bears here. That has to always make national news. I think it's ridiculous to be emphasizing animals when really, point 5, the Republicans should be talking about motherhood. They should come right out and say that the Democrats are criticizing Republicans for being against women because they're against abortion. Number 1, the Constitution says you have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Life doesn't say you have the right to abortion and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. It says life. That's why it's not a federal issue. That's why it's not a U.S. constitutional issue. That's why it's relegated to the states, where they are legislating, passing laws, like they should, to make it legal. It's not a right, but it's a law that you can go ahead and have abortions. Republican candidates should come right out and say, I stand before you as the candidate who is pro-motherhood, pro-fatherhood, pro-parenthood, pro-family. I, as a Republican, will be a voice for families and motherhood and parenthood, specifically reaching out to suburban moms. You have children who are coming of age. They're going to want licenses and cars. I will be the candidate and the president who lowers cost of gas, lowers your cost of utility, so then you could live happier lives and your children can drive back and forth from your suburbs into their jobs, and so you have lower gas prices if I'm elected president. Whew.
Well, you see, I give everyone an opportunity. That's why I say it's your turn to be heard. Now, the one thing I would mention, Glenn, because you're a true believer, but I've known, and I can't mention their names because it's very personal, of men who had similar beliefs to you, especially when it came to abortion. But then they may have had a girlfriend. The girlfriend gets pregnant, and they're the first ones to say, we're going to the abortion clinic tomorrow. I'm going to pay in cash. You're going to have an abortion. So that hypocrisy that exists out there, not all men, but some men, some very prominent men that I've known have done that in their lifetime, and they thought it was for the best. But then they'll get out there and they'll preach and talk about how under almost no circumstances should abortion be tolerated. Like with J.D. Vance, he says, only if it deals with the health of the mother would he consider it okay, but not for incest, not for rape, not for any other circumstance, which, imagine incest and rape. He wants them to carry that baby to term, to life. I mean, are you also a believer of that?
Well, he leaves the door open to broaden his point of view, saying that the health of the mother is fine. And so, I'm if you have a rape and incest, definitely you should be allowed to get abortion. That puts me in mind of a bigger issue, why abortion is not a private matter. Remember, that's how they, through the U.S. Constitution, made it a right because of its right to privacy. But the minute you are pregnant, it's not private. It's not private. You now are involving the man, and you're now involving the extended family. So it's not private. It becomes very public. And you are involving the community. And then once you have the child, you get the Social Security. It's done in a hospital. It's now documented. So there is no right to privacy when you are pregnant with a child.
Now, Glenn, have you ever been married?
No.
You have no children?
No.
Well, you have to understand that's a bit unusual to take such a position where you yourself have chosen, which we completely respect. You've chosen not to get married, not to have children.
I also like cats very much.
You see, you're halfway here. You're halfway here, Glenn. He loves cats. He loves cats.
Well, I appreciate you listening to my side. I made it very clear that I'm supporting and defending James Vance, and I listed the reasons.
But that's what I do here, Glenn, is I give everyone an opportunity to be heard. Other programs, they don't do that. They get somebody who disagrees with them and they cut them off. They give them a bris. Why? I don't just want a chorus of everybody who agrees with me because it makes me feel better. In fact, I know there are a lot of people out there who actually believe in what J.D. Vance said. In fact, even more so than him. And they have a right to be heard. Doesn't mean I vilify them. Hey, it's their opinion. It's their opinion. That's what America is about. The right to be heard.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC.
Number down right now. 212-246-2000. Gold and silver prices are at record highs. The world famous APR 57 Gallery is paying the absolute highest cash prices for any gold, silver, and platinum coins, bars, bullion, jewelry, Franklin Mint items, rare coin and stamp collections, New and used watches, especially all Rolex, Patek Philippe, Vacheron, Breguets, Cartiers, Tiffany's, Omegas, and all other watches, even broken. Also all gold and diamond jewelry, especially signed designer pieces like Cartier, Tiffany, Bulgari, Buccellati, Van Cleef, etc. They also buy all art and antiques, including any Tiffany items, basically anything of value. Find them at 200 West 57th Street on the corner of 7th Avenue across from Carnegie Hall. Call the world-famous APR 57 Gallery today at 212-246-2000 for a free appraisal and high cash offer. That's 212-246-2000 or out of state, call toll free 1-800-772-0054. They can even travel to your home.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
You have a girlfriend?
I have a cat. That's about it.
Oh, boy, we got some work to do, pal. How do you feel about this thing with J.D. Vance and the cat?
I don't know what he said, and you know what? Of course they're going to pitch it up and try to use it to gin up the base of cat ladies.
Oh yeah, Greg Kelly was talking about it on Friday. And just like we discussed it with a gentleman in Pennsylvania who was very supportive of what J.D. Vance said, although he wanted him to knock off the use of J.D. and just call himself James Vance. So I call him James Dean. A lot cooler, from the heartland. I think James Dean was from Indiana. I'm not sure. Although it turned out James Dean was gay. And all these women were like swooning over it.
Wait, I thought James Dean made sausages.
No, that's Jimmy Dean.
Oh, okay, close.
Jimmy Dean, right? I'm pretty sure James Dean...
Jimmy Dean.
Who was Rebel Without a Cause. Great actor. Great actor. Wow. Boy, all you got to do is stir up people with that J.D. Vance statement about cat ladies.
There's a woman with a cat, and then there's a cat lady, right? There's a difference. There's a big difference. You can have a cat or two. A cat lady has 77. That's what a cat lady is crazy. People with 77 cats are crazy. Remember in The Simpsons, there's a cameo by the cat lady. It's not a person with a cat.
I don't know how many people have 77 cats, so it's somewhere in between, I think.
So you're somewhere in between, Nancy. You do realize you're not one or two cats, but you're not 77 cats. Could I hear our colleague Greg Kelly again analyze cat ladies?
There's a woman with a cat, and then there's a cat lady, right? There's a difference. There's a big difference. You can have a cat or two. A cat lady has 77. That's what a cat lady is crazy. People with 77 cats are crazy. Remember in The Simpsons, there's a cameo by the cat lady. It's not a person with a cat.
So you see...
I wonder how he would feel if someone... Instead of adopting 5 cats, they adopted 5 children. Would he find that equally offensive or no, just because he's saying, he makes a distinction with that, right, I suppose?
I'm not sure. I'll ask him.
No,
you have a girlfriend?
I have a cat. That's about it.
Oh, boy, we got some work to do, pal.
That's a good start to getting a girlfriend if you have a cat, FYI. So, you know.
As long as she's not allergic to cats.
Well, okay, yeah, that's going to be a problem then. But, okay, and actually the previous caller came to mind a quote, right? It's the idea that some lives matter less than others is at the root of all that's wrong with the world. And I think that really kind of just sums it up. I mean, to really prioritize one form of life over the other. Now, I do agree with his thing about the baby carriages and the animals being kind of weird, but I don't find it offensive. I just think there's a lot of really out there people in New York City, and that's how I was surprised the first time I saw that too. I thought it was strange, but I don't find it offensive. And then in terms of the married people being more reliable in terms of jobs and people wanting to hire them, I remember when I was working in the law firm, being single without kids, all the married people with the kids, it was so easy for them to get out because all of a sudden they'd have some kid emergency. This thing just happened. Oh, my kid, I gotta leave. And they would get priority. So it was always the single people who had to stay because they didn't have the kid excuse. So that's FYI right there.
No, that's right. You could easily use that.
Yeah, they just got sick. Oh, I got a call from the guidance counselor. They're in the hospital. They need to be picked up from this or that. I gotta go.
Gee, my mom never would have been able to work with all the calls that would go home about me.
Yeah, so...
she was like, nah, keep them there.
Yeah, I almost thought about, it was funny, I almost thought about sometimes, going into a place, the first time when you get there and just putting up a picture on your desk of a kid, just so you could have the excuse when you start the job.
Let's go to Brian, who's calling. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Brian.
Yeah, guys, I kind of lost my fire with all with the long callers there, but I'm a cat daddy, and I'm really offended by that comment because I have.
You have a girlfriend?
Well, that's the whole thing. I'm persecuted because I'm not married, and I don't right now. But I'm talking to a girl I used to date when I was in high school, and I'm thinking about getting back together with her because I'm being persecuted as a single male because all they do is, oh, you're not married, you're a good-looking girl, why aren't you married? It's getting to me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah,
it's sickening. And they're like, oh, I had to move because I had too many cats, and they wouldn't renew my lease. And I lived there since I was 7 years old with my mother and father who passed, and I kept the apartment, and I was not renewed my lease because of the cats, and I had some other issues people found. And so I had to find an apartment here, which isn't the greatest setup. At least I have the secret. I snuck my 6 cats in here with me. But and the owner came by the other day, who's from, I don't want to even talk about it, but you're not married, it's just getting to me, you know.
You have a girlfriend?
See, that would be Greg Kelly's first question to you.
Greg Kelly. He's okay. I spoke to him once on the radio. I don't know that guy, but it's just I find it really that comment offended me. And with Trump, I think they're. I think this is a very. You brought this up. I didn't even know that Vance said this, and it stirred me up a fire in me that I think this could be very costly.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
I mean, Brian, you know where that comment came from. There's got to be others similar to that. Basically, leading one to believe that he probably said somewhere out there like that kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, you're better off as a woman, stay at home, have babies, wear the apron, let the man go out and work and be the provider.
Yeah, this was a bad choice. And he's so young, too.
Well, yeah, he's so young, and he wasn't like that originally. He was not like that, Brian. He was not.
Yeah, I don't know that much. I follow politics. I listen to your shows. I listen to ABC all the time, but I don't know much about him. But I don't know. He wasn't like that, right? He had some negative things about Trump too, right?
Oh my God! You thought I was negative about Trump, man? He was like 10 times worse. And, but he made amends. Hey, look, people change. I get that. I don't hold it against them. But I think what he's got to do now, because the Democrats are going to exploit that, is, he's got to sort of pull some of that back. And he knows what he said in the past, especially about women. if he said anything that would really be considered Neanderthal or prehistoric or 1950-ish, he's got to clean that up. Because the Democrats will definitely use that against them, and then being a vice presidential candidate becomes a liability to Trump. You know, Trump always said it doesn't matter who my vice president is. He's always said that. Well, in this case, it could make it a lot easier for the Democrats to do well. Trump was way ahead. Obviously, he was running against an impaired Biden at that point. He could have chosen somebody else. This would not have happened if he chose Tim Scott, if he chose Rubio, if he chose the governor of North Dakota. Would not have happened. Let's go, if we can, to Lewis in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Lewis.
Yeah, good morning. I think one of the things that's often left out or this, talking about cat ladies and cat men, whatever, is that the examination, in other words, the psychological aspect to it. Now, people like Kelly or Trump or, those folks, they only see two things. Either people are crazy or they're evil. Now, I personally have done studies on this, on autism, and I have come across at least the pet hoarders, the one that they usually find somewhere in South Jersey, on Long Island, usually women with their invalid husband, with 60 cats, 20 dogs, goldfish and feces that neighbors begin to complain because it reeks of terrible, and the police has to move in with a hazmat suit because there's so much feces all over. Those folks are autistic. They're in the spectrum, okay, and those people need help more than indignation, and that's been one of the problems with a lot of folks. I mean, I've been an expert on autism, and those folks, for instance, the person that tried to kill Crooks, that tried to kill President Trump, he's autistic. A lot of mass shooters, unfortunately, and this does not mean that autistic people are like this, but there's a section amongst them, the asocial one, the one that cannot get along with folks, the one that indeed cannot find a girlfriend. That become angry. They're very smart, incredibly smart. Take, for instance, Ted Kaczynski. He was a teacher at MIT, okay? And so many of them, James Holmes, Jeff Johnson, Adam Lanza, those folks are all extremely smart. Unfortunately, they also carry this element that they are on the spectrum. And that includes not only mass shooters, ladies, unfortunately, but also serial killers. People like Gabriel Little, the most prolific of all serial killer in this country. Obviously autistic. He's a black man. We don't hear too much about Gabriel Little, but he's a black man, the most prolific of all serial killers. At least 90, although some people say as many as 300 murders that he has committed. And you go down the line, and unfortunately, these folks, again, they're not crazy. They need empathy. They need to be studied, certainly. And we ought to stop. We ought to stop, really, with the Greg Kelly types. They're crazy or they're evil.
There's
evil
a woman
or
with a
crazy.
cat, and then there's a cat lady, right? There's a difference. There's a big difference. You can have a cat or two. A cat lady has 77.
There, he's implying, Lewis, that they're crazy.
Well, yeah, but okay. I mean, they have mental disorders, but you can say it's crazy. But the word crazy has been associated many times with just like evil. I mean, if you're crazy, they usually associate that like we don't want you here. You belong in prison or something like that. So, I mean, this idea that people like Craig Kelly and Trump, and unfortunately too many, politicians and others, they just call people evil. Human beings are not evil. I mean, as a Stoic myself, I'm not religious, but I do believe in the Stoic religion, in the Stoic philosophy.
Wrong.
In other words, when people do bad things, it's because of either ignorance, and nowadays, of course, it's because of some mental issue, okay, mental condition. So we ought to stop this idea of calling people evil, even when they do commit evil acts. Even when they commit evil acts, we have to examine them like intelligent human being and stop this indignation all the time, stop this accusation. More examination and less accusations. And that's why I don't really listen too much to talk radio and much of the political media, because there is too much of this, and it underscores their own ignorance, that they really don't understand something, so they have to, revert to their default explanation, which is not an explanation. They're crazy or they're evil. I mean, you listen to Trump, and to some degree, even by the way, I also think Trump is on the spectrum. Okay, that's been said before. It's not been talked about too much, but unfortunately, folks like Trump. I don't want to get into his sons. I mean, if you know what I mean. His youngest son. But the idea is that we have to understand things rather than simply start just bashing and ragging on individuals.
So now the Stoics I've known in my life, they tend to eliminate emotion. They talk about what you've said, improving mental health and well-being as a key to getting this planet in better shape. Would I be correct on that?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the Stoic, it's not a religion. It goes back to the ancient Greeks and Romans. Of course, one of the greatest books ever written on Stoicism was by Marcus Aurelius, the so-called philosopher king. And everyone should read Meditation. It's better than the Bible, I guarantee you.
All right. Well, we'll add that to the list.
I know Philosopher King. That's great.
Yes. And see, you're not going to get a caller like that on WABC. Normally they would call NPR, but this is the program that allows everybody to be heard, no matter what your opinion is.
You're going to learn a lot if you listen to Curtis.
It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I never meant to be so bad to you. One thing I said that I would never do. A look from you and I would fall from grace. And that would wipe the smile right from my face. Do you remember when we used to dance? And incidents arose from circumstance. One thing led to another, we were young. And we would scream together songs unsung. It was the heat of the moment. Telling me what my heart meant.
No, we will continue this discussion. J.D. Vance's criticism of cat ladies and those who are childless has struck a third rail. One of the reasons I felt initially this would be a bad vice presidential choice, and I just hope this guy can turn it around from a Neanderthal point of view and understand that this is 2024 and not 1954, which was the year that I was birthed.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I know of quite a few people who were really stunned when Donald Trump, out of all the quality candidates he could have chosen to be vice president, chose J.D., as I call him, James Dean Vance, to be his vice presidential running mate. And boy, I think I was proven right out of the box. From an interview he had done with Tucker Macho Maniacal Carlson, who believes that families should have as many kids as possible, maybe 20 or more if at all possible. Then again, with all his money, he could afford to raise that many kids in his silo somewhere up in Maine. But J.D. Vance was on with Tucker Carlson, I believe, when he was still on Fox. And, I don't know, decided just to go off on cat ladies without children and somehow equated them with Vice President Harris, Buttigieg, and AOC all out crazy.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Wow. The more I listen to that, the more I say to myself, Nancy, this guy's a throwback to a different era. Obviously, I don't know if he believes this. His life doesn't suggest that. All the different places he's been, all the people he's worked with and been with. He's been a liberal. He's now become a conservative. This is more than being a conservative. This is like being back in the 1950s.
Yeah, I mean, apparently he hasn't been around too much because you should be happy some people are showing restraint on procreating, because I think there's a little too many kids out there with parents that have no business having them in the first place.
Well, let's think. He grew up in Kentucky, tough childhood. Mother was a drug addict. Thankfully, she has recovered since. And so he had a difficult upbringing. Mm-hmm. He made the best of it. Right out of high school, he joined the United States Marine Corps, served honorably. I believe it was in Iraq. Came back, went for his college education, ended up qualifying for Yale Law School. That's where he met his wife. And he's caught some criticism, basically prejudice, because he decided to marry a woman of Indian heritage who is a Hindu. Okay, so he's experienced that. Then he goes out to Silicon Valley. He works with what are mostly progressive, liberal businesswomen out there, and makes a tidy sum of money. Comes back to Ohio, decides that he'd like to get involved in politics, but before he does that, he publishes the book Hillbilly Elegy, which the left wing loved. I mean, they loved it because it talked about hard times, all these towns where all the industries have left. People are popping oxys, drinking, it's the Appalachian story 10 times over. Very anti-Trump. And then he evolved. But boy, this attitude, I'm sure it's going to be followed by other statements that are just as primitive, just as ancient. I don't think it helps Trump in trying to get back to the White House. Ultimately, it probably is not going to matter because you vote for who's running for president, not vice president. But I could easily see, more so than men, how this might impact on women. And women who might be favorably inclined towards voting for Trump, but then they see this kind of a guy and they're like, I got to think twice about this.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how he phrased that at the end right there, but just this idea that if you don't have kids, you're somehow really not vested in the country, more or less, is kind of what he's saying. I don't quite get that. That's almost saying that as an individual, you can't care about the country. I don't think it's just about, I mean, if you create other people, that becomes your responsibility. I mean, you have to care about them, but I don't know if that attributes any more love of country. I mean, if anything, you're giving more people responsibility. Like, I know when I was in Long Island, I mean, there's a lot of people who are childless, and they're paying their property taxes, which goes to pay for the school system. So in effect, they're subsidizing other people's kids. So, you know, I mean, there are a lot of childless people out there who are subsidizing them. So, yeah, I don't know. The logic just doesn't make any sense.
The logic and the fact that there are too many people who are having children they shouldn't be having, that we got to deal with in society, who then grow up without any kind of guidance, any kind of supervision, and early on become objects of the criminal justice system, the correctional system. I don't know where this thought process comes from. Anyway, let's go to Loretta calling from Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Loretta.
Good morning, Curtis and Nancy. I don't know where to start. The gentleman who called a while back, I applaud you guys for having so much patience with him. You gave him time. It was difficult for him to say everything he needed to say. And I don't like to sit in judgment of other people. I observe. And I'm 79 now and disabled. And the remark about cats and women love animals, not just cats. Men love animals. What's wrong with loving animals? When you love the least of God's creatures, that means you love all of God's creatures. And you respect the lowest to the highest. And the man, I don't know, the mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. The mind is like an umbrella. Only works when it's open. It seems marriage and or children validate someone, when really someone confident in themselves don't need validation of any kind. You shouldn't care about what other people think of you or how they see you. It's important what you see in the mirror. God loves you, and that's all you need to know. I have mugs given to me by friends, Crazy Cat Lady. I have cute comical mugs I bought myself, Crazy Cat Lady. I don't have them anymore. I knew my last two, that's it. I'm done because I wasn't walking too well back then, but I had my dog for 15 years. And what about service animals? Seeing eye dogs. There's pet therapy in nursing homes now. And my mother's nursing home in Jersey, and then the nursing home I was in when they got my legs back for me. I wasn't supposed to walk anymore 13 years ago. I'm home walking 13 years. Now, not so good. But I have an attitude of gratitude because I did get those 13 years that they said I'd never walk again. Divine intervention. I was 300 pounds back then. I'm 138 now. Miracles can and do happen. And that gentleman who said, pets don't have a soul, cats don't have a soul, they don't go to heaven, how does he know?
Yeah, good point.
You don't know. That's his belief system that tells him that. My belief system tells me if I get my heaven, which is not going to be Harry Belafonte's heaven or Danny Thomas's heaven or, right, you name it. I'm going to get my heaven that I earned, that I worked for. It's going to have my dog there, the puppy she had that I found them all good homes, the 11 or 12 cats we had over the years, the bunnies, the hamsters, even the fish tank, and all the horses I rode from Clover Lake Stables onto the stables up in the mountains. My heaven is going to be my heaven. It's going to be very personal, like life is. He sounded like he has a small world, maybe a small mind. I don't know. And this guy, J.D., whoever he is,
yes.
I don't see.
J.D. Vance.
I don't see anything wrong with somebody having 3 names, 4 names, 5 names, because like Mama said, you got to wake up with those names and you got to go to bed with them. and if you're happy that way, more power to you. It seems the brothers in my family, the men in my family, they got the middle name. But my 2 sisters and myself, we didn't rate. I never examined it, but however it happened that way. And the same thing with my mother. She didn't have a middle name, but my father did. Old-fashioned Italian, I don't know. It's just this guy, J.D. Vance, sounds like nobody can be happy except his way. Like it's his way or the highway. He can't understand other people's way of being happy. And my advice to people who don't believe in abortion, whether you're male or female, don't ever have one. That solves your problem. But I don't wish to be a control freak. And just because I'm pro-choice, doesn't mean I'm pro-abortion. It means it's your life. It's your decision. It's your body. It's your decision. It should be between a woman, her God, her doctor, her family. It is a private, personal thing because it's your body, it's your life, and it's individual to you alone. My girlfriend, my best friend of 30 years, had 3 children. The last 2 had to be aborted because she had epilepsy. And that was a long time ago. And Oprah, I don't even think she knew if her baby was male or female. From the little bit I saw on Channel 13 a long time ago, that baby was taken from her as soon as the baby was delivered. It was incest. It was rape. And it's hard to be a woman, right, Nancy?
Yeah, agreed.
A man will never know. He'd be screaming with the first cramp when he's 12 years old. No, men cannot take periods. And that's why we were chosen to do the dirty work, I think. And never mind God is sexless because God is entity. God is not person. Yes, we refer to God as him because it's Adam and Eve. He gets top billing. Mr. and Mrs., he gets top billing. But there's got to be a woman in there someplace in that entity because I think God's got quite a sense of humor to give us what we're taking. And even though I can't walk for the past 2 months, I'm homebound, I have an attitude of gratitude. I got those 13 years outside. Nancy, the cops I met that were so kind to me, and they weren't trying to bug me for singing outside, making noise with my old-fashioned cassettes, like the Walkman, because the rhythm gives me the beat to walk to, the rhythm. They were trying to be kind and nice to me, seeing me hobble along. And the nice people I met that gave me a lift home when they saw I just couldn't walk anymore. So I gave it the good fight. Now you guys are helping me through my pain, the rubs, the cream, the sprays, the heating pad, and listening to other people. Nancy, you might know. It was a philosopher, I think. I don't know if it was Toni Morrison or Oprah's friend, her other friend. I can't think now. Life is too important to be taken seriously. When I got into the joint, I called the nursing home the joint because you're locked up. The hospital pulled me through 13 years ago when really God said, no, not yet, not now. So, okay, they pulled me through. I couldn't walk 300 pounds. I didn't walk for 3 years. But the nursing home has to take you. And they didn't think I'd ever walk again. And I didn't think I would either, because that's how my body felt to me. But I took it as a joke. I figured the food's pretty good. I'm having fun with some people over here. Let me just see how it goes. So I sang my songs, all the songs from the 50s. I annoyed everybody. I told jokes. I made up jokes. Some of them were clean. I goofed around. I pretended I was in school again, class clown, because I didn't think I would ever walk again. And I learned what that expression means. Life is too important to be taken seriously. And that guy, you don't need to be married or have children to validate you. Look in the mirror. God loves you just as you are. If you think there's any improvement to be made, work on it. It can be done if you want to do it. And man, look at yourself and laugh. A funny joke doesn't give you a sense of humor. A true sense of humor is one who can look in the mirror and laugh at that funny face. Because I don't look like me anymore. I have Mama's hair. What am I doing with her hair? Your ears get bigger. Your what happens to you? Your nose, your lips shrink. Maybe because we don't do so much kissing anymore. Your ears get bigger, maybe to prepare for hard of hearing. God's got a plan. We just don't know what it is. And that guy, the JD somebody and the caller who was on, they're in the Stone Age, like the Flintstones. Grow up, man. This is the 21st century. And I'm still on cassette tapes. And I don't believe in cell phones. And my TV died some time ago. I gave it a decent burial. I live without it. The hell with it. I found different things to make me happy. You have to learn how to make yourself happy. Once you're a happy camper, people gravitate towards you. My eye surgeon, I was almost blind by the time he got to me. And I didn't know if my eyesight would be restored. But God worked miracles through that eye surgeon, and he's not associated with that nursing home anymore. And he said he saw the Walkman on my tray table. It wasn't on. He just saw the headphones there. And he said, people gravitate towards you. Then he said, where were you 30 years ago? He was flirting a little bit, and I was eating it up, man. Women, no matter what your age or condition, we want to be flirted with. We want maybe validation. We just want approval. Most of my life being a fat kid, a fat woman. My husband loved me the way I was. Cats and dogs love you as you are. And yet it's so hard to love yourself as you are. And it's taking me this long to learn how. Because people see it in you. They see something in you. So if you don't think you're worth loving, look in the mirror. Look deeply. You're going to find something. Find something about yourself that tells you, I am good just the way I am.
Well, something, Loretta, our own Sid Rosenberg looks at himself in the mirror every day. And he says, I am good. I am good. I am the best. That was brilliant. Brilliant observation of life by Loretta in Brooklyn. And you see, that's the difference of this talk show from other talk shows. They like to be heard. The host, the hostess, they like to truncate the callers. Sometimes they have the same callers.
The man.
All the time. And I choose not. We've had a number of great callers already this morning. And the better you are, the longer I let you talk. So we heard from Loretta, who is different than the guy in Pennsylvania, who is different than the stoic in New Jersey who said he never listens to talk radio, but he does listen to this show. It's a different kind of a show. As I say, it's your turn to be heard. I am much more interested in what people have to say than guests. I never, ever have guests. Because guests, I already know what they're going to say. They already have their mantra, their dictation ready to go. And it's sort of like, I love you, I love me, Barney talk. It's not for me. It's not for me, maybe for other hosts and hostesses. But this special thing of ours is the most intimate form of communication that has ever been created. Some may feel it was by Marconi, as I do, the Italian. Others will say it was Tesla, the Serbian. Radio. You can't do this on television. It just doesn't exist. Because TV, you're required to look at an image on the screen, whatever it is. Radio is theater of the mind. You can almost imagine what Loretta looked like. The way she described herself going through the decades. You can almost imagine what that guy in Pennsylvania looked like. You can almost imagine like what that stoic, self-described stoic in New Jersey looked like. Just by the way they were expressing themselves and talking. But you can't do that in a 30-second soundbite. Some people like that. To me, that's not engaging talk radio. Talk radio it must stimulate your intellect, must paint pictures, and it must make you think. And they're not all because you want to hear it your way because it reinforces what you believe. So that's why some hosts and hostesses only take calls that praise them, that double up on what they have to say. And to me, that is the most boring talk radio that can exist. It's easy to do. It's simple to do. And it doesn't require you thinking because all you're doing is, it's reestablishing in your mind that, what I think is right. Because I hear other people saying that. No, you should be listening to people who disagree with you because then you can understand where they're coming from. Let's go, if we can, to Anthony, who's calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Anthony.
Thank you. Loretta's statements were quite profound, and I hope she calls back again, too. I really enjoyed everything that she said. She really hit a lot of nails on the head, and quite a beautiful soul she had, and thank you for letting her speak. I think she was referring to Deepak Chopra, Oprah's friend she had brought up. But J.D. Vance has proven himself once again to be just another not ready for prime time player, like all these other political elites that we have in our society. If you hoard money in this world, then you're put on a pedestal. But if you try to show compassion to the animals with which we encounter in our time here, heaven on earth, they look in our eyes, and they are the soul of love. And, all these cat ladies, as J.D. Vance likes to refer to them as, we spay, we neuter, we take care of them, we show compassion. Animals breed prolifically, and it's not our fault. We try to do what we can to manage the herd or the pride and keep them keep them well fed and keep them happy and keep them from killing the birds and do all the right things. It's not, we didn't set these wheels in motion. We were just born here on this planet and try to do the best we can to show compassion for other animals, people, and anything that we come in contact with. And only but dogs and cats do show us their souls by trying to extend that olive branch of love to us and fulfill our lives and make us feel better for who we are. And some of us are alone. Some of us can't have children. Some of us can't afford to have children. So we get what we have. And, there's 1 billion planets out there, 1 billion stars, solar systems, and there is no life on any of them. The only life we have is right here on Earth. And you could tell Frank, the guy who usually does this gig, that there are no aliens and none of that. The scientists of the past have proven that. They've stretched the light wave energy to every level, and there is no resonance from any other civilizations that we know of. And for him to try to mislead people is insane. But I would ask Nancy Sliwa to do a deep dive on J.D. Vance's backers, which is a guy by the name of Peter Thiel, a venture capitalist, and a company called Pantera, I believe it's called, or Altheria. But he's backed by these. They have devious motives. They're about venture capitalism and controlling resources and controlling capital, and they are the arbiters of these new currencies that they want to bring into our society. So, if Nancy Sliwa could do a deep dive on who funds J.D. Vance and what his ulterior motives are, because he really is just another
archetype of, these are types of people that just, they zest for power and more wealth, and not unlike cat ladies who just want to, have a good meal, take care of the little critters, and live our lives in peace and solitude and just do the right thing by those with whom we encounter. So these people that fervor for these higher offices and stuff, they're narcissistic. They're egotists, not unlike Anthony Weiner. There's something really wrong with them deep down, and when they're revealed, they're outed because they show themselves in some way, shape, or form because they can't contain themselves from doing stupid things or saying stupid things, and then we know who they are, And you see it in all our political elites, like the film on the bathtub, the scum always rises to the top. And as far as killers go, you had your last caller was talking about people that kill people. How about Dick Cheney? He killed over 1 million people in Iraq senselessly, and he got a library, him and Bush, So, we have a lot of problems in this country, and we seem to fervor and zest in war and the military-industrial complex and control and all those wonderful things that Eisenhower warned us about. You can see it's all coming to fruition. And, I wanted Bernie Sanders to be president, and I got Hillary Clinton. So I, too, went for Trump. And, my mom did, too. She was always a Republican. And now, we wanted Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. And, you'll see they blocked him. They wouldn't let him in either. So I felt that Trump should have taken Kennedy under his wing as the vice presidential candidate because it would have blown a hole in the bow of this two-party cabal, this system. But if you, like I said, if you look at J.D. Vance's background and who's funding him, you'll see it's really the two-headed monster. It's the same people. It's the same people that are behind Walmart, Clintons. It's big money. It's corporate finance. And, I think it's Althea or Panthera, but there's a company. They're trying to create new they're looking to do away with cash. They want to get us out of
that I got to tell you that, Anthony, what disappointed me about Trump, I thought he was on my team when it came to Bitcoin. I hate Bitcoin. It's a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme, blockchain, all of that. And on board originally in agreement with me was the Warren Buffett, the prophet of Omaha, John Catsimatidis, and Donald Trump. Trump vilified Bitcoin, and rightfully so. They can't even indicate who is the founder of Bitcoin. They have a statue up in one of the most corrupt countries in the world, Bulgaria, to this Japanese guy that they claim formed Bitcoin. And nobody ever heard of this guy. It's a total scam. And Robert Kennedy Jr. went and spoke to them in support of them, and Donald Trump is their keynote speaker, who suddenly is on Team Bitcoin. I'm saying to myself, what? How do you go from vilifying Bitcoin, they want to make a cashless society, to all of a sudden embracing it?
Whether it goes up or down in the next year or 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. But the one thing I'm pretty sure of is that it doesn't multiply, it doesn't produce anything. It's got a magic to it, and people have attached magics to lots of things.
Exactly. I despise Bitcoin. Despise it. Look at all the people who've gone to jail involved with Bitcoin. I want to hear what Trump said at that Bitcoin rally. But I can't believe he went from vilifying it along with Warren Buffett, John Catsimatidis, Curtis Sliwa, to suddenly supporting it. Shame, shame, shame. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Def Leppard, hysteria. That's what it appears our world is going through, but as I said at the top of this program, 1984 all over again in 2024. I was born in 1954. So we've gone full cycle, experiencing many of the same things. What J.D. Vance said to Tucker Carlson without him ever amending it or going back reminded me of the thought process that existed when I was birthed into this world. It was like primitive, Neanderthal. It's like, yo, man, the world has changed, and you ain't bringing it back to where you want it to be. So if you're intent on helping Donald Trump get back into the White House, you better start going back over some of the things you may have said that's going to piss off women. Because, again, in this macho, maniacal world of talk radio, where guys do a lot of talking, they don't even vote. Look at the analytics. It's the women that vote. Wake up. You want to win elections? You better not alienate women, because if you alienate women, you cannot win.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
Wow. Every time I hear that, I'm like stunned.
You have to procreate to have a direct stake. I don't understand how that makes sense.
So that would mean that, for instance, in the Roman Catholic Church, you're not permitted to get married. So those priests and nuns have no stake in the world.
Yeah, I think that's what it's saying. I think that's what he's saying.
I don't even think that he actually thought that out to the ramifications.
Because it doesn't make sense. Like, if you have a child, and then therefore, so the child is the stake, well, then what are you? So that's what I'm saying. So you have no value? Like, you have to have a kid to have value?
He declares himself to be a Christian. Yeah. I accept that. But Jesus had no children. Did he have a stake in the world?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, it's so absurd.
Hey.
Look, maybe he should just go home and take care of his kids. Like, if he really wants to have a direct stake in his family, go ahead and take care of your kids. What is he doing in politics?
Why, oh, why, with all the choices that Trump had?
Yeah, it sounds like he's an absentee father. I'm sorry.
Did he pick this guy? And I know why. Because he is an election denier, and the other three, Tim Scott, Marco Rubio, and the governor of North Dakota, validified the 2020 election. Trump can't seem to get past that. It's over. Focus on 2024. Let's go to Al in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC.
How you doing, baby? How are you? I love your show. I love the callers. I learned something from them. There's an old expression, everybody is your master, and that you might learn something from them, but they're not your master. You just learn from them.
You're going to learn a lot if you listen to Curtis.
Yeah,
Hello, Curtis?
Well, Al, it's true because, as I've always said, I learn more from the callers than I do from guests.
Exactly. I have a question for you. You were comparing, what were you comparing in 2020 to the 50s?
No, what I was comparing was what J.D. Vance, who obviously is an educated guy, he's had different experiences. He didn't just grow up in the Appalachian Mountains. If he did, I could understand that. You're in a ghetto, so to speak. You're parochial. You're insular. But he's traveled the world. And having this kind of an attitude is like, man... I'm like, really? Okay. You want to think about that again and maybe rephrase? Apparently he does not want to re-gear and rephrase it.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
J.D. Vance, time to pick up the pieces. Try to put them all back together again like Humpty Dumpty who took a great fall. And you got to put them all back together. I don't know if he's willing to do that. By the way, Sid Rosenberg, who I've been in conflict with on so many issues of late that you can listen to me on at 7:15 every Monday through Friday morning. He agrees that J.D. Vance was a bad choice by Donald Trump to be vice president. I think a lot of people I've spoken with, they don't want to harm the Republican ticket because they're tired of the Democrats, but how do you ignore that? You just can't. Now, you were mentioning about Jennifer Aniston is like in conflict with J.D. Vance over what?
Well, yeah, so she was recently on a show where she was being interviewed, like a morning show, and then she says, all I can say is, Mr. Vance, I pray that your daughter is fortunate enough to bear children of her own one day. I hope she will not need to turn to IVF as a second option. And she was referring to, like, her public commentary that she's made because she's struggled with having children. Recently, because I guess, she waited like a little long and she's had fertility problems. So, but his comment to her, like he's on Megyn Kelly's show on Friday and he says, well, that's disgusting because my daughter's 2 years old. So he took, offense to the fact that she made reference to his daughter, but then said, and second of all, if she had fertility problems, I would try everything I could to help her because I believe families and babies are a good thing. I'm not sure what kind of help he was suggesting he'd give to her, but...
Well, it's better than his old position. Look, I just think it's a position he's taken that he just can't win. And the more he talks about it, the more he digs in, the more harm he causes the ticket. Because there are many women out there who have not yet made up their minds. They don't like what the Democrats have done, Biden. They're not at all impressed with Giggles-Harris. But then when they hear statements like that, it's almost like, what? It's sort of like it leaves them in limbo, and it jeopardizes the election of Donald Trump. I mean, the whole idea is you get a vice presidential candidate, it's not going to do you any harm. Maybe it will do you some good. Mm-hmm. I don't see how this guy does Donald Trump any good. Donald Trump would have gotten the hillbilly vote anyway.
Yeah, it's weird because I actually at first was a little not disagreeing with you, but thinking that maybe he picked him because he wanted someone who didn't have as much notoriety as some of the other people because he wanted to keep the race really focused on him versus Biden and then obviously him versus Kamala now, but... Yeah, I was hoping he wasn't good. I mean, I'm kind of feeling bad now that he picked this guy because I'm thinking it might hurt his chances.
There were better choices.
Yeah.
Again, I can't say enough, and I know they say, well, they both lived in Florida. Marco Rubio, true, and Donald Trump, true, but Marco Rubio could have moved to Georgia to satisfy the requirements. That's what was initially talked about when the concept of DeSantis possibly running as a running mate with Trump was mentioned, although we know that wouldn't happen. Yeah. We met the governor of North Dakota right here, frequent guest of the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion. And, of course, Tim Scott, African-American senator, South Carolina. Again, I can't say it enough. This is the Achilles heel of Donald Trump. He cannot forget the 2020 election outcome. And he went with J.D. Vance, who is an election denier. Marco Rubio vote to validate the election, as did Tim Scott in the Senate. J.D. Vance was not in the Senate yet. He was elected a year later. And I believe the North Dakota governor had indicated that he would accept the outcome of that election then, that Joe Biden was the president. Trump won't give that up.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's a weird thing, too, because I've noticed there's a lot of, obviously, in New York, the weird narrative of protecting women's rights. I mean, I don't think there's any concern that these rights are at risk because it is up to each state to decide. And the state, and New York State has clearly decided in favor of giving women the right to choose. So, you know, it's this great thing that they can throw in the opponents' faces, but it's really not something that's at risk. But then you're taking, and I think Trump's pretty reasonable when it comes to his views on, you know, abortion and women's right to choose. But this is like an absurd twist on it because now it's pretty much saying like women are responsible to be broodmares. Like that's the whole thing. Like I don't think you have to be saddled with responsibilities to procreate. I just don't get the thought process there.
It's such an old concept. It's so primitive.
Yeah. I mean, anything can have a baby. Like, I'm not really sure.
Well, that's the problem. We got so many people who are having babies who shouldn't have babies because they're not willing to take care of them. They're not willing to raise them right. They end up in the criminal justice system. The poor kid doesn't even have a chance right out of the box. They end up in a box. It's called an 8 by 12-foot cell. It's warped thinking.
Yeah, very warped thinking. I mean, even to say like, you know, like there's kids maybe who do need homes out there, or if you want to help things like that. But yeah, to presume that first and foremost you have to have a kid is again,
in order to understand what was the term?
To have a stake in the country.
To have a stake in the country.
that's pretty deep.
Again. There are, Catholic priests who are not permitted to have relationships. There are nuns not permitted to, so they have no stake in the country.
Yeah, I mean, and what is your life and your life's mission? So individuals don't themselves have stake in the country? Like, it makes no sense. You're assuming a child gives a person a stake in the country. That's the only thing that's going to give them a stake in the country? I don't get it.
It's just mind-boggling.
Mind-boggling.
Again, it's a throwback to a different time, a time when I was just birthed, 1954. But we're in the age of 2024. And the way he tried to parlay that into going on the attack against Buttigieg, against Harris, against AOC, there's so many other ways to attack them. They give you every considerable way to attack them. I just never thought of that as an attack.
He could have had a field day with Harris. He could have, yeah.
I just don't get that. Now, she has children that are based on her marriage to, I forget that guy's name, that fuddy-duddy guy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows what his name is.
So, they're not considered her children. Just thinking about it says to me, you're stupid.
Yeah,
you're really stupid.
And then also you're disparaging the role that step parents play too. I mean, there's a lot of people who benefit from that relationship, or they benefit from a secondary mentor, as it were. So, I mean, there's a lot of roles that are, you know, that people look up to other than parents that children need. So,
well, he's got a bully pulpit now,
yeah.
And he's got a chance to correct it. Again, I think people, we all know that people have said things previously in their lives that they regret or they want to amend. I've certainly had to do that many times. This is a perfect opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
He's not doubling down, but he's not sort of going all the way.
Yeah, right. Actually, and he had this weird thing of actually not only offending people who chose not to have kids or who can't have kids, but also animal lovers. Like, how'd you make such a horrible statement? It's so bad.
He said it, but you see, he could have corrected it right away. If he would have apologized, you know, it would have gone away.
Yeah, I mean, at least apologize to the cat lovers out there. What's going on here?
Anyway, Nancy, in a few hours, you're going to be on with the Animal Welfare Hour from 10 to 11.
Yes.
If people are interested in helping you with your work with the Guardian Angel Animal Welfare Program and to find out what you do, how can they find out more?
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
ProtectOurAnimals.org. Padre, Filio, Spiritu Sanctum. Nancy Sliwa has gone off into the night. She'll probably be walking through Central Park on her way back to our apartment. Her nickname is Lone Wolf One. She'll be baying to the moon. And she'll be tending to the cats we have, all of whom she has rescued from the kill list. They actually have a kill list, death row, from our shelters in New York City, which are abominable in many instances because although they are well-funded, they are small, they are in neighborhoods tough to get to or dangerous to get to, and if a dog or cat or other animal is surrendered and is not adopted at a certain amount of time, they bring him into the execution chamber. They gas him. We are fighting that. We believe in no-kill shelters. They have no-kill shelters now in Los Angeles and in Austin. And if they can do it there, they can certainly do it here. Now, Mahatma Gandhi said a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people. And I deal with that every day in the streets and subways and parks of New York City, where I see emotionally disturbed persons, homeless people, living out in miserable circumstances. And that statement makes a lot of sense. Later on in the show, you're going to learn about Jamestown, New York, just south of Buffalo, population 30,000, that have 500 homeless people. They've had to declare a state of emergency as they are squatting in buildings, taking over parks. And the governor, who claims that she is a daughter of Buffalo, Erie County, has chosen to do nothing about it. You see, because if there's no money to be made on our own homeless, then just focus on migrants, because that's where all the money is. Right, Gov?
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I got the call today. Didn't want to hear, but I knew that it would come. Oh, two friends of ours was talking on the phone. She said you found someone.
Great song by Don Henley, who this past week turned 77. The heart of the matter, that's what we try to get down to. And my wife, Nancy, has left the studios. She will be returning from 8 to 11 when we do an extended rip and read, 8 to 10, and then the Animal Welfare Hour. So requested by so many from 10 to 11. But I know there are a number of phone callers here we're going to get to, and then we're going to get to Shooter Boy, the FBI, the Secret Service, and the CIA, who I don't trust at all. At all. Let's go, if we can, to Mark, upstate. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mark.
Yes, Curtis, great show. I know your wife left, but I would venture to say that if J.D. Vance met her, he might have a different impression of the so-called cat ladies. I'm kind of on your side. I think Trump could have made a better choice. The only thing I'll say, not in defense of this guy, J.D. Vance, but I'm a little bit of a caveman myself, I've been called, but what I want to say is I think sometimes we talk in big segments, like we think everybody in California surfs. We think, everybody in Texas has a cowboy hat and a horse. Everybody in Canada likes hockey. So, I mean, the statement he said was way out of line, but I think that's kind of the way I got it. But there's one other thing I'd like to just, I never had any animals growing up. And, when my children were little, I got them, my wife and I got them a little cat, and it was for them. And one day I'm watching the Discovery Channel, and I'm watching about lions and tigers in the woods or in the jungle. And then I let my cat outside. I had a fenced-in yard, and I watched the mannerisms of this little cat. And he had all the mannerisms of the lion, everything, the way he sat and wait, and the way he went after the birds, and the way he just hunted. And it was just incredible to watch, and I got a new respect for cats. And I think it's great what you do with the cats, you and your wife, the protection of the animals.
Well, that, Mark, but also, look, we have a severe rat problem, a rodent problem, not just here in New York City, but in urban areas around the country, and they have tried everything. They've tried traps. They've tried dry ice to put in the lairs. They've used all kinds of poisons and pellets with poison, and it really has not achieved the desired effect. But one thing you know for sure, the rat, the mouse, they can detect a cat. A cat will prey on the rats and the mice. They don't necessarily eat them all the time. Sometimes they just kill them. They'll bring them to you just to show that they're earning their keep. And we have so many of these problems that can be dealt with if simply you had a cat on the premises of a lot of these stores that are plagued with rodent issues, or even these apartment buildings where you hear, oh, my God, they're infested with rats and mice. They will not come out. They will not be a problem if you have cats on the premises. It's a natural way of dealing with it, Mark. And I see all these elected officials who don't want to take the easiest route to basically suppressing the rat and the mouse population.
Well, can I say one other thing? You're absolutely right. My brother years ago had a little mice problem, and he called the exterminator or whatever, and he was giving him all these options, and he said, if you had a cat, you wouldn't need me. And, so you're right. And can I ask you one radio question?
Sure.
I always wondered this. Now, I know ratings and radio, and you are right. This is a very special form of communication, and I appreciate it. But my question is, like, when you have, Dominic Carter and Anthony Weiner, or you and somebody, and you're having a debate or semi-argument or anything, and then you go to a commercial, okay? What do you do there? I mean, do you, kind of laugh, or does it continue with the level of wherever you were? or is it? I don't mean is it manufactured, but like, what happens in that little time frame? That like, how do you return to that? If you were like just laughing and then you get back into it, I'm just trying to figure that out, and then I'll. Thank you very much.
Well, Mark, it all depends. I've been in many of those situations in which at times it'll get very heated and you won't say anything to the other person during a break. At other times, it's still civil, and you may discuss what topics you want to move in the direction of because you don't want to beat one topic to death. And at other times, maybe somebody said something that was pretty funny, made everybody laugh, and you would continue to enjoy what that person said. It always varies. It's never the same. Now, some people would never talk to one another during a break. They have an adversarial relationship. In fact, I'm trying to remember the guys. They did the first Peel's aluminum can commercial, beer can commercial. They had two Baldies. They were on radio also. For some reason, I'm always forgetting their names. They would never talk. Excuse me?
Two Baldies, you said?
Yeah, two Baldy guys.
Oh, okay.
They almost looked like one another, and they would never, ever talk to one another. So, for instance, during a break, because they did radio too, they would tell the producer, hey, tell Harry there, blah, 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 blah. They would never even talk to one another, even though when the microphone came back on, they had to discuss things with one another. It sometimes will get that weird, Mark.
So it can be very authentic. It can be very, very authentic. That what you're hearing is not necessarily just for the show. It can be very authentic.
Like marriage. How many marriages where people live together and they don't even talk to one another?
Exactly. Well, thank you very much, Curtis.
You got it. And in fact, when you're doing a partnership on radio or television really doesn't have it anymore. They pretty much discarded that concept of the left versus right. It's great that our ownership management decided to put together left versus right, Anthony Weiner versus Dominic Carter every Saturday from 4 to 5. And you can hear it on podcasts at WABCRadio.com. But it's almost like you never hear that any longer. You certainly don't hear that on Talk TV. You hear it here at WABC. Sometimes if you're doing a partnership in radio, you're actually with one another more than you are with your wives or your husbands, depending on what gender you are. Yeah. It can be just like marriage at times. Fights, battles, hate, respect. I mean, the emotions vary. It's a difficult thing to do. I have decided I will never do partnerships any longer. I've probably done more than most people have ever done in radio. I've been partnered up with a whole bunch of people. When briefly I was at WNYC Public Radio, Rudy Giuliani, at the time mayor, asked me to come over there after I got fired at WABC with my wife at the time, Lisa, Angels in the Morning. They had a different partner for me every day, and the management there was like feeding them gunpowder. Get Sliwa was the message. So they didn't have any. They weren't affable. They weren't in any way, shape, or form showing that they enjoyed anything. They never laughed. It was a difficult circumstance to be in each and every day with a different partner, all of whom were primed to try to rip my larynx out, which they could never do. They can never do that. Anyway, let's go to Steve, who's calling from Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Steve. Yes, hello, Steve. I think Steve has done the most unforgivable thing that any listener can ever do in talk radio. He's fallen asleep on me.
Wake up!
Man, that is such a poor reflection on what I'm doing here on radio that you would actually fall asleep on me.
Wake up!
When my whole focus is to keep you up to the break of dawn.
Wake up!
Even if you're stung God the rest of the day.
Wake up!
Hey, Stephen, in Queens, whoever you are, I put the malucchia on you, the Italian evil eye.
Wake up!
You're damn right, wake up. Let's go to Melvin, who's calling all the way from Indiana. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Melvin.
Curtis, I want to talk to you about the Bitcoin.
Oh, sure.
I learned about Bitcoin around 1955 when I went to public school, PS 189 by Lincoln Terrace Park. You know where that was?
I know where Lincoln Terrace Park is, yes.
It's by President and the Rochester Avenue. Anyway, so what did I learn when I was in first grade? I learned we played a game called musical chairs. And when the music stops, there's always somebody left standing. And that's what Bitcoin is. When people stop buying into it and you want to cash out, there's going to be always people that aren't going to get the money that they put into it. Am I wrong?
Well, somewhat correct. You're somewhat correct. There's always going to be losers in this sequence. To me, it's pretty much a Ponzi scheme, although they, the people who put it out there don't describe it as such. But we've seen so much corruption so far. I can't see, you got to regulate it. If you're going to do it, you got to regulate it.
Well, it's just like gambling. If you're not prepared to lose the money, don't put the money in.
No, that I understand. But also, they want to replace our cash system with Bitcoin or other elements that are just as risque. Whereas I'm of the belief that why would you do that? If you wanted to add it as an additional means, that's fine. But you're playing craps with the system that we're going to use to pay for items, to engage in retail and wholesale. It's like mind-boggling. It's so, the volatility is so huge, and there is no regulation of it right now. It's like the Wild Wild West.
Well, should we go back to the ancient civilizations that used the seashells from the ocean as currency? Because if you wanted more currency, just go to the beach and pick up more seashells.
We used to do that as kids, remember, and listen. They said, if it's a good seashell, Curtis, you can hear the sound of the ocean when you're no longer near the ocean. Now,
I used to do that, except when I found out you can put a coffee glass to your ear. You hear the same thing at home.
Really? I've never tried that.
You didn't know that? And you put like a bowl or a glass to your ear, you'll hear the same thing.
Wow, because I would collect the seashells, just as you said, like kids would. You'd bring them back home. You were nowhere near the sea then. Some of the shells, you wouldn't hear that echo. And other shells, you would hear the echo that sounded just like when you were on the seafront. And I thought for sure that there was something inside the seashell that created that sound.
Well, that's only if the seashell belonged to a mermaid.
Or a siren.
Do you remember, Curtis? I used to go to Brighton Beach and Long Beach off of Long Island. From World War II, they used to have the guns at the beach aimed over the ocean.
That is correct. They had the gun turrets, and I experienced them in the Pawtucket Basin in Canarsie, where they had taken them down, and out at Fort Tilden in the Rockaways.
Yeah, but that's I'm giving my age away.
No, people don't realize that there was a real fear in World War II that the Nazis coming across the Atlantic Ocean would attempt to bomb the East Coast. And that's why they had those gun turrets up. And they had artillery placements and men who would practice, in case there was an invasion of some type.
Well, I forgot where it was, but they actually did get some people with, with submarines that did come to the shore.
Yeah, well, remember, it was very easy to do. They dropped off spies off the Hampton areas there, the East End, were eventually captured and executed. They firebombed force in Washington State. The Japanese did. No, there were attempts, and they got very close to the shore, especially with the subs. My father, a merchant mariner of 54 years, told me there were times where the merchant fleet would be departing the New York, New Jersey harbor area, heading out towards Europe, and they would take them out right there.
The Japanese had what they called a double submarine. It was like two submarines together, sideways. And the submarine would come up out of the water, and it had a landing. The airplanes would take off from the submarine, and over the northwest of the U.S., they would drop firebombs.
That is correct. That's why they would start these tremendous fires. And as bad as those fires were then, in the middle of war, nothing comparable to the firebombs that we've seen be set off in California. Oh, my God. They not only have fire, they have firestorms in the middle of a street. It looks like a tornado that is consumed with fire. There is so much brush. There is so much dead wood that has not been cleaned up that it's like a guarantee that any kind of spark or any kind of fire is going to spread rapidly. There was this one crazy guy, purposefully took his car, pushed it into a canyon, set it ablaze, has set up one of the worst fires ever in California, the 8th worst fire at this point. Limited amount of ability to put it out. It's like at 0% under control. And this guy should be subject to the death penalty. Instead, he'll probably get 20 years and then a reduced sentence from there. Look at all the death and destruction he is causing. Definitely that's one you'd want to fire up the gas chamber at San Quentin in the Bay Area and turn loose a few of those Axion tablets and gas this sucker to death. Not even a thought of doing that in California. He's up for the 3 strikes, which would put him life prison without parole. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
yeah, now we're going to plunge deep. I think I have separated myself from most everyone here at WABC because I don't trust politicians, either Republicans or Democrats. And I certainly don't trust the FBI, the Secret Service, and the CIA, which I've labeled criminals in action, and they've proven it time and time again. And I want to be able to segue from what we've been talking about early this morning to what everybody in Washington says. Rarely do they say it publicly, but they have their own suspicions that there is a separate way that government operates in these agencies in which they're not transparent. They never feel they have to account for their mistakes, which are many. And most importantly, they give you the impression that if you question them, there's a price to pay. So the schmuck the putz, Chuck E. Cheese Schumer, a few years ago, I think he was on with Rachel Maddow at MSNBC, said something that many Americans believe, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat or independent or apolitical. And that is that there is a group of men and women in Washington, D.C. that are part of a permanent government. And they have been given responsibilities and powers well beyond the definition of what we thought government was supposed to be, serving the people. Because they serve themselves, and if you dare question their integrity, there's tremendous blowback. And there's also this idolatry that exists, where we put them on pedestals, the FBI, the Secret Service, the CIA, National Security Agency, spies. And I've never done that, but so many people have. And then you hear what the schmuck the putz, the majority leader of the Democrats in the United States Senate has said, Chuck Schumer, and you know damn well that everybody in Washington knows exactly the same thing.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
It's like you're dealing with Jack Bauer, right? 24 hours, Jack Bauer. And we went through that, what appears to be so recently, 2 weekends ago, when there was an attempt to assassinate President Donald Trump. And all I've heard since is, oh, my God, what a cluster F that was. Incompetence, malfeasance, except maybe the very thing that I talk about. A conspiracy to take out Donald Trump. Hey, look, it's happened before within our government structure. Kid yourself not. And oftentimes, these same agencies have been put into the eye of the storm as to what they knew, when they knew it, and what they did to try to prevent it. And we're going to do exactly that. So, for instance, let's start out Broadway Bill Lee and Tony here. Let's start out with probably the most significant thing that has been said in the past 2 weeks that has received little, if any, attention, except I've played it over and over again. I might as well be knocking myself out on a wall. And that is what the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said about Iran's ability to now have a nuclear weapon.
How are you going to stop them?
Well, by far, the preferable way to do it would be through diplomacy. Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
1 or 2 weeks away from doing that. Have you heard that talked about massively right across the board? I mean, I didn't even hear Bibi speak about that when he spoke to both houses in Congress, or when he had his meetings with Biden and Harris, and then down in Mar-a-Lago with Trump. I didn't hear that at all. And later on, I'm going to get into that attack on the Druze in the Golan Heights by Hezbollah that's claiming it wasn't them, but could lead to a spark up of a mini world war. And I'll explain why, who the Druze are. I've actually experienced what they do and how they live in Israel in the Golan Heights when I was there. 1 or 3 times that I spent extended stays in Israel, from Eilat down near the Red Sea all the way to the north of Golan Heights, separating itself from Syria and Lebanon. So we'll go through all of that later. But the guy that I have in the eye of the storm is FBI Wray. He commented on this threat that was made by the Ayatollahs against Donald Trump weeks ago. It was a fatwa similar to what had been issued against Salman Rushdie. And as we saw just last year, the Iranians may issue a fatwa at some point, but they are continuous in their desire to commit the fatwa. And they almost killed Salman Rushdie as he was at an NPR-like book exposition and communication session in a wooded area outside of Buffalo in Erie County. A crazed Iranian fanatic from New Jersey attempted to poke his eye out and maim him, if not for life, or kill him. And that was a fatwa that was issued a long time ago because Salman Rushdie wrote the Satanic Verses. And so we now know the Ayatollahs have issued a fatwa against Donald Trump. In the aftermath of them watching the debate against Joe Biden in Fulton County in Atlanta, it became obvious to them on the stage of CNN that Biden was incapable of functioning any longer and would be easy fodder for Donald Trump in his resurrection and resumption of his presidency. The Harris situation has not changed that. And their attempt was to eliminate Trump. Because let's face it, Trump will put him back in a box. The box they were in before Biden was elected president, and then opened up the floodgates and allowed Iran to enrich themselves, to be more supportive of their surrogates out there, the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Israel, right there in the Gaza. And so it enabled them to become that much stronger, whereas Trump was like kryptonite to the Iranians and cutting off their oil flow and cutting off their sales and really, really putting them on the brink of fiscally basically a solution that would put them on the brink of being insolvent. And then Biden opened up the floodgates again. So FBI Director Wray was asked if he shared information of this fatwa that was issued against Donald Trump by the Ayatollahs years ago to the Secret Service that obviously has the responsibility of protecting him 24/7, 365. Oh, you don't have Wray, huh? 34. Followed by 33, hut, then 38, then 36, then 35. Hut. It's almost like I feel like I'm Aaron Rodgers in Floral Park going through practice rounds with the New York Jets in preparation for a season.
Evidence he may have been in contact with some. Is there any evidence he may have been in contact with somebody else before this occurred?
No, wrong one.
Prior knowledge or may have helped him plan this event.
Yeah.
Well, needless to say,
you're playing
that is
bingo,
the question that we're intensely
bingo. We're talking about Iran here. Information about Iran that FBI Director Wray said that he had shared with the Secret Service. I'm sure Broadway Billy will find it momentarily on his bingo board. In the meantime, let's go to Tom in Huntington. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Tom.
Yeah, Curtis. What's the deal? Listen, I know. I have a bad feeling why everybody's so. Well, we don't know what happened, and we don't know where this is, and all this evidence and stuff. They're supposed to, because they weren't supposed to miss. You know what I mean?
Of course not. Of course not.
He's not supposed to be there for them to have to answer these questions. They could just run around and, that's why all of a sudden Biden jumped out. He's like, we ain't going to make it. I'm not going to be able to get around this guy, so I better bail. But they can't get rid of him because if they get rid of him, everything falls on Kamala. See, Biden, at the end of this whole thing, even if please let Trump get in, even if Trump gets in, Biden's going to walk into a couple of walls, and they're all going to do like what they did in Germany. Oh, no, we were just following orders. That's the guy right there. Oh, he bumped into some walls. He doesn't know who he is. Well, I don't know what to tell you. We were just following orders, all that stuff. That all falls on him. Because if he's not there, there's nobody to blame.
I understand that.
Nobody's going to take that bullet. Nobody's going to take that bullet. Nobody's going to stand in front of that. Because everything would fall on them. The borders are. I almost wet myself when I first heard it.
Well, yeah, we're going to get to that later on because now, Tom, the spin is that she was never the border czar to begin with.
Yeah, I saw that crap. Oops, sorry.
No, you're right. You're right. But, they chalk it up to to malfeasance. They chalk it up to the inability to coordinate. Every excuse under the sun, and you say to yourself, the perfect storm hit, right, in Butler that nobody seemed to know anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, you leave the window open, the flies come in. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think they did.
So here it is. Ray said that he shared the info about Iran with the Secret Service, and the Secret Service has said they didn't get the information. So somebody's lying here, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All of them.
First of all,
they do that round and around and around and around,
Right. First of all, if there was a threat made against President Donald Trump, and I believe there was a fatwa issued by the Ayatollahs, every agency in government should have been aware of that. Every agency.
Oh, yeah.
And yet the Secret Service is saying they had no idea.
Oh, of course, because, he wasn't supposed to be there right now. You know what I mean?
Gabish.
He wasn't supposed to, he wasn't supposed to miss.
I gabish. We're going to attempt to re-gear ourselves here. Get back on track because you're going to hear Ray again. A guy that cannot be trusted. That means back-to-back, belly-to-belly. We've had Comey who couldn't be trusted. We have Ray who couldn't be trusted. Saying things that just defy logic. And is able to get away with it. There's no transparency. It's basically, you don't have the need to know. We're the FBI. We'll let you know what we think you should know. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
77 WABC weekends mean the best talk during the day.
The liberals now want to create all-out chaos.
And the best music at night. With Cousin Brucey, Joe Piscopo, Tony Orlando, and Vinny Madunio. Curtis Lewa overnight.
Don't fold like a cheap camera.
And so much more.
WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
belonged to Jack Bauer. And that's what dealing with Secret Service, FBI, national security agencies, and the CIA especially are all about. Let's go to the phones. It's Steve calling from Florida. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Steve?
Hey, Curtis, I have a few points to bring out. I'm going to be quick with them. I agree with you on a lot of things, and a lot of things I don't agree. You have J.D. Vance all wrong. I admire you and your wife with no-kill shelters. I think that is one of the greatest things, and that is a deep thing you have in your heart. You said earlier, we all say the wrong thing sometimes. J.D. Vance said the wrong thing. He made a mistake. And I know where he's coming from because I feel the same way he does. If he could, he would have no-kill shelters for babies. And he said a bad thing about Kamala. Kamala has been known as the abortion queen, and that was on his mind probably. And the cat lady thing, he should have never said it. He's wrong. The other thing I want to bring up is, we don't hear about, the George Floyd. Those cops are all in jail for killing George Floyd, and, it was a mistake. We don't hear about Daniel Penny, the guy in the subway with killing that kid, and he's in jail, I think, right now. I'm going to leave it at that, and you can move on.
No. Let me correct you. Let me correct you on that, Steve. Daniel Penny was indicted. I believe it was manslaughter by Alvin Bragg. He will now be on trial in October for choking out Jordan Neely, who was emotionally disturbed, who was living in the subway system for many years. He originally was known for doing the Michael Jackson impressions, but he hadn't done that in years. He had become a menace to people in the subway system, and on that day in question, Daniel Penny had to restrain him because he was threatening other passengers. He was aided and abetted in that by two good Samaritans. Afterwards, after Jordan Neely passed away, AOC and Al Slim Shady Sharpton teamed together and wanted him charged with murder. So this is going to be a highlighted case in October. Both Alvin Bragg, who has vilified Daniel Penny, and his defense team will have quite the battle in the courtroom. And again, the whole nation's attention will be on this. A Marine who's minding his own business, who had been a surfer, who had traveled the world with a backpack, was a reader, not your typical Marine in any way, shape, or form, felt the need to use that force to restrain Jordan Neely. I certainly support him in what he did. He should never have been charged by Alvin Bragg, but that's the legacy of Alvin Bragg, a district attorney, is if you use force to defend yourself, like Jose Alba in the bodega in Harlem, who stabbed his predator to death. He was up on second-degree murder charges. He was housed on Rikers Island with almost $1 million bail over his head. And then the public pressure was so great, he had to release Jose Alba, who then immediately said, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm going back to the DR. I'm living in Santo Domingo because it's safer in the DR than it is in Harlem or Washington Heights. That was quite a statement. And now Daniel Penny, who will face a jury of his peers while being charged with, I believe it is second-degree manslaughter. Really ridiculous.
One more thing, if you have time.
Yes.
You are absolutely right on the conspiracy with this Ray guy, and they should all be in jail. That's what I'm trying to compare it with. All those CIA people that at the top should be in jail.
And think of this. Imagine, and I want you to listen to this cut about Iran. Here is Ray in the congressional hearing saying that he had informed the Secret Service about the threat Iran had made against President Donald Trump.
And it sounds like you've known that for a long time, and that information was conveyed to the Secret Service?
Any information related to threats against the former president, which again, as we've sort of talked about, is happens all too often, is something that we have a whole process we routinely share with the Secret Service on a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
Now, can you imagine, Steve, he seemed to be saying, yes, we shared this with Secret Service, although the way he answered that would leave you wondering. But Secret Service is saying they were unaware of any plot against President Trump by Iran.
Yeah. I disagree with you on the Beatles.
Oh, you don't hate the Beatles?
I love the Beatles. I saw them at Shea Stadium when I was like 6, 7 years old.
And how were they?
I couldn't hear them. I could see the police hitting women and guys with batons on the stage, keep people off the stage. It was crazy.
So the women were rushing the stage when the Beatles came over that first time to perform in Shea Stadium.
It was either the first or second. I think I was there the second time, I can't remember.
And you were how old?
Probably about 7.
Wow, that is incredible.
I'm 65 now, so you add it up. I don't know what the dates were.
No, that makes sense. And I remember being at Shea Stadium occasionally for a Met game. I hate the Mets. But for the fight that I thought was going to bring Nino Benvenuti a win against a guy who was known as a cross-dresser, Emil Griffin. Emil Griffin won that one, but lost the other fight to Nino Benvenuti. All the Italians were like crying when they were leaving Shea Stadium at the time. Maybe you were there at that time with me. I was just, they call him a young adult. 1-800-848-9222.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo. So as we move into the 4 o'clock hour, East Coast time, because we know there are people listening all over the world, we are the biggest radio station at night across the globe, bigger than the BBC 1, 2, 3, 4 combined, no doubt about it, heard in 173 countries. And with the modern app, WABC app, you can hear it crystal clear once it's downloaded into your iPhone or smartphone. It's not a complicated thing to do. You can get somebody, maybe if you're a Luddite like me, a baby boomer, and you don't know how to do it, get somebody from a younger generation. They'll do it lickety-split for you, and you can have WABC on wherever you go. Wherever you go. And where we're going up next is we're going to be talking about Shooter Boy. Oh, yeah. What we know and what we don't know. And quite frankly, we know so little about what transpired on that cow field in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where Trump has announced that he is hell-bent on going back and conducting rally number 2 in Butler County. Now, he hasn't specifically said where, but I would hope it would be on that same cow patch and would force all of those agencies to perform as they should have performed 2 Saturdays ago in protecting the life of any candidate running for the presidency. Finally, RFK Jr. was afforded Secret Service protection because of that. Or had that not occurred, he probably still wouldn't have had Secret Service protection, which would have been a double disgraziata, a double shanda.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
yeah, Paul Anka. Interesting, I believe he's Lebanese from Canada. We'll be talking about what's going on over in Israel, and especially with the Druze, a group that I met when I was there in the Golan Heights. Very unusual people. Very, very unusual people. I'll explain it. I probably know the Druze better than most people involved in radio, so I'll convey that to all of you because they have become the issue. Since Hezbollah hit them with rockets in the Golan Heights, killing about 12 children playing soccer on a soccer field there, and about 29 more were injured. And Israel has retaliated and bombed areas in Lebanon, where Hezbollah is embedded, leading to what could be the beginning of a mini world war, I'll call it. Mini world war. I'll explain that in the 5 o'clock hour. But we want to focus on Shooter Boy in Butler County, because there is so much misinformation and denial taking place by both the FBI and the Secret Service and the government at large about what transpired there. I believe an attempt to assassinate President Trump that was not dealt with appropriately, and I'm not just going to blame malfeasance or an ineptitude, which so many have here at WABC and other places, but I am actually saying that the president was set up. There's no other way of looking at it when you look at all the circumstances and the lack of information and the lack of response to questions up on the Hill. So FBI Director Wray, who first had said in his testimony that, well, maybe it wasn't a bullet that pierced Donald Trump's ear, but just shrapnel, had to be pimp-slapped down the very next day by his own FBI agency saying, no, it was clearly a bullet that struck his ear and creased it, cut it, and then went right through it. So he had to be straightened out, but why he would even say that is beyond anything I can comprehend other than he just doesn't like Trump. And we know he doesn't, even though he was appointed because of the recommendation made by Shamu El Jefe, Chris Christie, who was in good graces at that time with Donald Trump. And they were looking for somebody to replace Comey, who got whacked, who should have been whacked a lot earlier. But let's put that aside. What really troubled me was the testimony of FBI Director Wray to almost totally exclude the fact that there were anyone else was involved in this assassination attempt.
Whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
Yeah, that's what they always say, investigation ongoing, not at this time. Do we believe that, ladies and gentlemen? Do we believe that it was a lone gunman, a lone wolf, this dweeb, this nerd, this schmendrick, this pisher that can't talk any longer because one sniper team, although they're now competing with one another, the sniper teams, to say who shot his head right off of his shoulders, can't talk, can't tell us. Let's go to, at that point, the embattled director of the Secret Service, Cheadle. And she was asked the question that everybody is asked is, how the hell did this guy get up on the roof?
How can a 20-year-old with his father's AR-15 assault weapon climb onto a roof with a direct 150-yard line of sight to the speaker's podium without the Secret Service or local police stopping him?
So again, sir, I will say we are 9 days out from this event, and I would like to know those answers as well, which is why we are going through these investigations to be able to determine that fully.
That was just one of many bull feather responses. And the very next day, on day number 10, she resigned. Oh, my God. How did he get on the roof? A simple question. How? How come you didn't have anybody on the roof? Oh, it's based on malfeasance, ineptitude. Bull feathers. Listen to Lara Trump, who was on with Sid Rosenberg, the daughter-in-law of Donald Trump, who's now managing the RNC. She says dumb answers like that and no answers lead to charges of conspiracy.
No one has any answers. And unfortunately, Sid, it just plays into the hands of conspiracy theories. It makes you wonder, well, what is going on? How on earth was this allowed to happen? How is it that we don't have any answers?
Leads to conspiracy beliefs. That's what I get accused of. Then there was Congresswoman Nancy Mace from South Carolina who eviscerated the then director of Secret Service, Cheadle, who also didn't want to sort of prime a conspiracy theory. But let's face it, what are you left to accept when you get no answers from the government agencies that had more than enough time to connect all the dots and to be able to explain fully what had happened on that day?
I'm not going to delve into conspiracy theories. That's not my thing. But I will tell you, it was her body language and her overly defiant responses were very odd to me. Who was guaranteeing she doesn't get fired? Seemed so crazy to me that she shows up to our committee as defiant as she was, not willing to answer any of our questions.
That's right. She was defiant. She was not willing to answer any questions. She resigned the next day. So a lot of the real answers may disappear with her resignation. And don't kid yourself, Broadway Bill, Lee, and Tony. She may be found hanging in her closet upside down like Rosie O'Donnell said she used to do to give herself relief, because then all the blood would flow to your head. That's been done before. But in this case, it wouldn't be to get relief hanging upside down like a bat. It would be because somebody killed you, turned you upside down as a signal to others who might spill the beans. I mean, let's face it, what did we know about the Secret Service director? Almost nothing. Other than she owned a hell of a lot of real estate. Not saying she couldn't have afforded it. She worked a bunch of years for PepsiCo as their security director in the worldwide operations. But boy, when you do a deep dive on this former Secret Service director, she owned properties all over the country, huge properties, including one in Brooklyn, that I'm looking into to see if there are any links at all. Now, let's run through a litany of those things that are very, very troubling to me. Number one, you want to be conspiratorial? CNN never, ever, ever ran a live stream of a rally that Donald Trump hosted, except in Butler County. I find that a bit odd. It's not a implication that there was, in fact, an attempt to kill him by, what can we call it, forces of ill will, including CNN. I'm not at all suggesting that. But I find it odd that the only time that CNN decided to live stream a Donald Trump presentation was in Butler County on that Saturday. Number two, the Secret Service declined the use of drones. We know that the shooter used a drone early on that Saturday morning, and nobody ever went up to him and said, hey, what the hell are you doing? Who are you? Show me some ID. And if they had said that he had no ID on him, they would have taken him into custody. But that was never done. Number three, in the final meeting that morning of security that was overseen, as it always is, by the Secret Service, with all the various law enforcement agencies that were involved in making sure that everybody was safe and secure, not just President Donald Trump, but also everyone in the crowd. It's a massive crowd, 50,000 people. The Secret Service didn't even show up for the meeting that they were hosting. Why is that? We found out that Shooter Boy was making encrypted calls to Germany, to Belgium, and to another country. Encrypted calls. Why were they encrypted, and who are they to? Yet we've been told there were no co-conspirators whatsoever. There was a guy seen up on the water tower. What the hell was he doing there? Did anybody question that? Was he a member of law enforcement? What was somebody doing up on the water tower? What about the guy in the gray sports jacket that went up on the building after the shooter had his head dislodged from his torso by a Secret Service sharpshooter or maybe others? That still is questionable. Who was the guy in the gray sports jacket who came up there when the Secret Service agents were bending over looking at the guy that they had just shot and killed, Shooter Boy? And why was there no information conveyed to the Secret Service operation that, in fact, President Donald Trump was under threat by the Iranian government? A fatwa had been issued against him, similar to the fatwa they had issued against Salman Rushdie years before for publishing satanic verses. Man, I can be going into a million different more questions here, but I'm going to leave it to all of you, because what the FBI has done, and especially the Secret Service and the other national security agencies, is they've gone dark. They prepared the whitewash, like my grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, always used to whitewash everything. He didn't want to use paint. Old Italians would always grab a bag of whitewash. It was very cheap at the hardware store, put it in a bucket, put a little water in, and then just whitewash everything with a paintbrush or a roller. That's exactly what's happening here. And for that, I get labeled a conspiratorialist. For that, I get labeled a nut job. For that, I get labeled by Bill O'Reilly as one who is using LSD. The same kind that Aaron Rodgers, quarterback for the Jets, has been openly bragging about. What is that? A Hiawatha drink or whatever the hell he takes. It is basically a product of hallucinogen drugs, LSD. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go, if we can, to Robert, who's calling from Suffolk. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Robert.
Good morning, Curtis.
Yes, Robert.
For your and the listeners' consideration, I'll put this out there. The Secret Service didn't miss if they are the ones who had shot the Shooter Boy. So, even the best of the best, the Marines, snipers, are already dialed in downrange. And a quick adjustment, acquire the target, and then shoot. That does take a little bit of time. It's like they already were dialed in, like they knew where the shot was going to come from. It suggests that because of how fast they got Shooter Boy.
I completely understand, Robert, but are you saying it was one team and now claiming they had three sniper teams, two controlled by Secret Service, one by the Butler County Sheriff's Department, and now the Butler County Sheriff is saying, my guy shot him, not the Secret Service guy. They can't even agree on that.
Yeah, it's not clear who in law enforcement actually shot the shooter.
You would think with almost now a full 2 weeks to investigate, the ballistics tests would have revealed that, because they did find 8 shells from the shooter on the roof, and I'm sure they collected the shells of their sharpshooters who fired on the intended assassin. They haven't revealed what those ballistic findings are. We don't know where the body is. We don't know if there's going to be a wake or a funeral. We don't know if all of a sudden the family is going to say, oh, Shooter Boy is now in an urn. We have his ashes. Because of our religious beliefs, we decided not to have a wake or a funeral. And so we told the FBI that our religious beliefs will not permit an autopsy. How come we haven't heard what the results of the autopsy are? We're not being told anything of substance, anything at all, Robert, that is very troubling.
That is very true. And usually after an incident like this, they come out with diagrams of the locations of everyone involved so you can get an idea of this crime scene.
Well, not only that, Robert, not only that, they generally, and I'm not talking about Secret Service and FBI or National Security Agency or CIA, because they keep everything close to the vest, but if it were local law enforcement, they would have a press conference every day to update you, even if it was ad nauseum. They would do it just to facilitate your need to know as citizens, but not here. It's like pulling teeth. It's like pulling teeth. And I got to tell you, it's very troubling, as Lara Trump indicated, as was indicated by Nancy Mace, the refusal to provide information. All it does, it leads to people engaging in conspiratorial talk. So call me a conspiratorialist. I'll continue to wear that label with pride because our government has provided us ugats, bupkis, in terms of information that even makes any sense. But they really feel that they shouldn't have to answer to us because they're so above us that they can get away with their lies. They can get away with statements, to be continued, the investigation continues. By now, this should have been all wrapped up if there were no more conspirators, as they say, and I don't believe that. Should have all been wrapped up. Slam, bam, thank you, man. Except we know it's not. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
rebel, yeah. It's a rebel yell that I'm putting out there because I don't trust Ray and the FBI. I don't trust the Secret Service, and I certainly don't trust the national security agencies, mostly the CIA criminals in action. And I think I've been given so much reason in these last 2 weeks to come to that conclusion. Now imagine with everything that's gone on, they want to pin it all on Sniper Boy, this feckless, this weak, nebbishy, schlubby kid who lives right outside of Pittsburgh in a town that he put on the map, Bethel Park, Bethel Place, whatever the hell they call it. But here was FBI Director Wray insisting that he had no cooperators, that he was a lone wolf.
Whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
Oh. And once again, the caveat, the investigation is ongoing. There was Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, who once again jumped the queue like he did in claiming there was not a cyber attack last Friday that caused the airlines not to be able to perform, banks that had to close their operations, financial institutions, medical supply firms, and even to this day we're suffering the ramifications of that with 20,000 computers in the city system, governmental system, have been disabled. He has not apologized for that, but he did apologize for jumping the queue in describing Shooter Boy as somebody who is consumed with social networking, probably TikTok, and claiming that this was the rationale for him to try to kill Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. There was a post that was sent of him comment. It could have been AI, it could have been altered. Just goes to show how we all can fall victims of some of this distorted information out there. I do know I've been extremely vociferous around the radicalizations of our young people. Something plays into a person climbing on a rooftop with an automatic weapon and shooting someone. And I'm going to continue to lean into, we need to block all of those avenues that cause it to happen. But it was a clip that was sent to me that said that, and it could have been AI, it could have been incorrectly used or distorted. So I'm not sure where it came from, what was the origin of it.
Doesn't matter what its origin was. You shouldn't have repeated something that made no sense to me. And in fact, you were disproven, Eric Adams. He did not have a social networking presence. But you should have been asking about with these encrypted calls he was making, the encrypted communications to people in Germany, Belgium, and one other country that I can't seem to remember. I'm having my Bidenomics moment. Why encrypted calls? Who were they to? What was their purpose? By now, the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, the national security agencies should have been all over it and should have had it figured out. And if they have, they certainly haven't entrusted us, the taxpayers, with the information. In fact, there was Joe Benigno. He came on, best known for his sports at The Fan, former partner of our own Sid Rosenberg when Rosenberg was at The Fan doing just sports. And if you notice, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony, he gave Benigno a lot more leeway than he gave me. He liked pimp slapping me down every time I talk about conspiracy. But listen to Joe Benigno and notice how Sid Rosenberg treats him with kid gloves and treated me with lead-lined gloves.
But am I supposed to believe, Sid, that some 20-year-old kid with his father's AR-15 or whatever it is, with drones flying around, okay, got on top of his roof and took a shot at Don and killed the gentleman, Corey. I hope I say his name right. Capatori, however you say his name.
Listen,
right.
you say...
hold on. Seriously, am I supposed to believe this?
No, listen, you say
Who's kidding, Sid?
Who's
kidding who?
Joe, you say you don't hear it anywhere. That's because I know you watch Newsmax and you're great with the politics. That was just a great rundown, but you're still caught in the sports world. If you listen to me every day, we've been talking about this every day since the shooting. I've got Curtis Sliwa on every day.
I'm glad you have.
Yeah, no, but listen, I'm not.
Joke.
But I'm not saying Curtis, for example, has said there's no question it's an inside job. I won't do that. Look, You're right. You're right. You roll down a litany of events that you would never think could ever happen between local police, Secret Service. Almost impossible to believe until I've got definitive proof that one of these Secret Service guys wanted Trump dead. I am not going to make that statement. But like I keep saying to Curtis, when you guys run down all the events that happened that day and all the mistakes, I'm not going to say you're crazy. What I'm going to say is I'll leave everything on the table till I get the exact truth.
He'll leave everything on the table. If by now he's not leaning in my direction, Joe Benigno's direction, most of America's direction, we don't trust what we've been told. Yet Sid, for some unknown reason, has decided to kiss the tuchus of Secret Service and the FBI because former members of the groups have befriended him and said, oh, no, it's just ineptness, it's just malfeasance, bull feathers. And then you have O'Reilly saying that I'm on LSD, even though O'Reilly has made quite a few shekels, a lot of coins, selling books, excellent books, I might add. I've read 3 of them when I was recovering from ileitis, colitis, and chronic Crohn's disease after getting an 8.5-hour operation at Columbia Presbyterian. And I read his book, 3 of his books. They were excellent. But they also delved into conspiratorial thoughts and concepts and ideas. One who has been in the forefront of the way I'm thinking about this is our own Greg Kelly, that you can hear Monday through Fridays from 1 to 3. In fact, he was talking about how the sniper team could have seen what was transpiring.
There was supposed to be a sniper crew in a building that actually was above the roof where Crooks fired from. I mean, if you're in, and they were in a window, and if you're in that window, I've seen a video, it's like you can totally see Trump. You could totally see where Crooks was firing from. He's in front of you to the left and down. You could take a tennis ball and throw it out, gentle throw, and probably hit the shooter. He's that close. So the sniper team could have and should have seen him. Why didn't they? Well, they had 3 people on that sniper team.
Excellent conclusion. Why didn't they? And then he went on to extrapolate even more about the sniper team.
So they had a shortage of cops. So what do? You don't take one of the specialized snipers out of the sniper's nest and have him poke around looking for some weirdo. You get a regular cop to do that, who's on the ground already. But nope, one of the guys came out of the sniper's nest, we think, and started looking for him. Couldn't find him. And then, to make matters worse, he forgets his building pass to open the door. So he's got to call his buddy, the one remaining police sniper in the sniper's nest, to come down and open the door. And that's where we think Crooks actually started up low crawling on that roof.
Excellent. Again, we're hearing this from Greg Kelly. Are we hearing this from the government? No. Are we hearing it from the Secret Service? No. Are we hearing it from the FBI? No. And we're expecting them to investigate this. You would need an independent outside agency to investigate Secret Service and FBI that some people are saying, oh, they were just inept, they were malfeasant. No, I don't buy that. Sorry, I don't buy that. I know they're not. Most times they've provided excellent security for Donald Trump and other candidates. They've done an excellent job. How come on this particular day nothing seemed to work? Nothing at all seemed to work. A complete and total breakdown. That just leads to more conspiratorial talk. And they haven't done anything to head any of that off. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go to Joe's calling from Orange County. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joe.
Hey, Curtis, I want to know if your deal with John, if you're wrong, you're gone. Does that still stand with this conspiracy thing, or?
Well, again, just so that people have an understanding of the deal I made a long time ago with our owner and operator, John Catsimatidis. Yes, if I'm wrong, I'm gone. I'm absolutely, I've touched the third rail on a lot of subjects, as you know, Joe. I've clashed with people on the air. I've clashed with institutions, with police departments, especially going back to Gilgo Beach, Suffolk County, Nassau County. I prevailed, but if I had been wrong there, yeah, of course, I should be gone.
All right, it might be Sid that does it. He might be the one who fires you.
Well, Sid, he's being headstrong, obstinate, but I think, Joe, you would have to admit, every day we learn a little bit more about what happened on that count field in Butler County, which suggests somebody had to know what this young man was doing, because he seemed to have complete license, complete liberty to go wherever he want, do whatever he want. Imagine, Joe, you're there, you're setting up for 50,000 people to show up. You don't just show up an hour before. They're already in place. They're set up. The Secret Service doesn't even show up to host the meeting that they are in charge of. And then this kid shows up and is flying a drone around, and nobody goes up to him and says, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you have any ID?" And if he had been asked that question, he would not have been able to provide it. He didn't have it. They would have taken him into custody.
And that, coupled with the lack of information, is really causing problems. So they got to get ahead of this and start, making a press release or something.
Well, why aren't they out there every day, Joe, giving us new little, let's say, kernels of information? Well, not the whole enchilada. Just little kernels that emerge. It may just be one fact of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned after comparing notes with Secret Service and FBI that, yes, in fact, Secret Service was never told about the plot by the Ayatollahs in Iran to whack Donald Trump, because now we're left with Ray saying one thing and Secret Service saying another thing, which is very disturbing. Very disturbing.
I'm with you. Hang in there.
Remember, this is what happened, Joe, before 9/11. Ray Kelly, I'll never forget, the longest-serving police commissioner in New York City history, and someone I thought has done the best job, not Bratton, definitely Kelly, told me, he said, "Curtis, you know what the problem was?" Because Kelly was with the Clinton administration in charge of customs. He said the problem was no agency shared any information at all. None. And because of that, the people who executed 9/11, the hijackings and the attacks, were able to do it, even though we had their information. We had it on tapes. We just didn't translate the tapes. And one agency didn't call another agency and say, "Hey, we need some of your translators. We got some tapes here of recent phone calls. We're unsure of what the callers are saying." But if they had done that, they would have unlocked the plot to hijack the planes and to crash them into the World Trade Center and into the Pentagon and what they hoped would have been either into the Capitol or the White House itself. Shame, shame on us. And we're making the same mistakes again and again and again. Let's go to Larry in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Larry.
Yeah, hi, Curtis. Yeah, listen, don't let Sid and don't let Kelly, what's his name? I forgot, O'Reilly, rile you up, because you are 100% right. Stick to your guns. You got to understand something first. Two things. If they had killed Trump, they all were in on it. There's no doubt about it. If they had killed Trump, they would have been able to bury the investigation and all their false showings of remorse. You know, they say dead men tell no tales. Dead men warrant no limited investigations either. And they would have, basked in the fact that they were giving the public what they wanted, since Trump is so hated. And, you got to understand something about O'Reilly. You know, it would be very ironic because he was bragging about the fact that, he said, Harvard had to take me in because I was so brilliant. He said that. It would be ironic if you, who did graduate high school, was smarter than him, okay? Because you are right. But the fact is he knows it was a conspiracy. But you have to understand something. This guy is exposed. He's flying all over the place. You think he wants to be another Andrew Breitbart? You think Sid wants to be another Andrew Breitbart? We don't talk about Andrew Breitbart. Okay, the fact that the day before he was supposed to expose Obama as being in a protest at an anti-American protest at Harvard, he was taken out. And then the coroner died of arsenic poisoning the day the autopsy was released. The assistant coroner, because the assistant coroner was the one that photographed Breitbart on the scene when he had a white ring around his forehead, when he was supposedly died of a heart attack at the age of 42. They don't want to be another Andrew Breitbart, but you see, everybody knows they can't kill you, because if the Gaudis can't kill you, nobody could kill you. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I tell you
you're not afraid of anything.
Well, you're right. You're right. I'm not afraid of anything. The only human being I was ever afraid of was my father, Chester. I had a healthy fear of him, not a morbid fear. He didn't beat me up. He didn't abuse me. Unfortunately, some fathers have done that to their sons and daughters and their wives for a million different reasons, none of which is acceptable. But I knew if I stepped over the line, I'd have to answer to my dad. So I feared having to cross him. That's a healthy fear. That's a good fear. Males especially need to have that fear of their father figure, whoever that is, even if it's not their natural father. But anyone else, I'm not afraid of. When we come back, I want you to hear Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, because there is one thing he has in common with Donald Trump. This is what happens when guys from New York try to change the deep state. And there's no doubt in my mind that at one point, especially the way he was about gun control, he was the leading advocate of gun control in the country when he was Congressman Chuck Schumer. And he was taking on some of these elements in what some people refer to as the deep state. I don't. I call it the hidden government. The government that almost never changes regardless of who the president is, whether it's Biden, whether it's Trump, whether it's Obama, whether it's Bush 43, Bush 41, Clinton. It always remains the same. When we come back, though, you're going to hear Chuck Schumer said it a while back with Rachel Maddow, explaining without sort of making the connection with Trump. But he's pretty much describing what happens to you, especially in this case, guys from New York trying to change what we oftentimes refer to as the deep state. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's another side of midnight. 77 WABC. This is another side of midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
That was Chuck Schumer. On with Rachel Maddow and MSNBC. He said it like it is. I'm sure he poked his schnoz into their dealings because he always pretends to be a tough guy and got pimp slapped back down. Could I hear that again? Could I hear what Chuck Schumer had to say a few years ago?
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
I don't think he's lying. I think he's telling the truth why he hasn't taken him on while others refuse to take him on. Again, I want to do a recap here. The man I don't trust is FBI Director Wray, saying that he shared information about Iran putting a fatwa on Donald Trump, wanting to kill him with the Secret Service. And this is what he had to say, that the Secret Service had this information, and when we heard from the Secret Service, they said they didn't.
And it sounds like you've known that for a long time, and that information was conveyed to the Secret Service?
Any information related to threats against the former president, which again, as we've sort of talked about, is happens all too often, is something that we have a whole process we routinely share with the Secret Service on a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
Somebody's lying there because the Secret Service said they were unaware of it. Then we have FBI Director Wray getting caught telling a lie about the hit put on Donald Trump and how the bullet creased his ear, went right to his ear. He said, oh, no, it could be shrapnel.
To the best of your understanding, how close did the assassin's bullet come to killing President Trump?
My understanding is that either it or some shrapnel is what grazed his ear. So I don't know that I have the actual
very
distance.
Close, though.
What's that?
Very, very close, you would agree.
Yes.
Shrapnel. Man, when I heard that, I went crazy. It turned out he couldn't have been more hopelessly wrong. The very next day, his own bureau, the FBI bureau, pimp slapped him down and said, no, it was not shrapnel. It was a bullet. Now, this is one of the few things I can declare myself to be an expert on because I have shrapnel in my system that was never removed from the 5 hollow point bullets that were fired into my lower extremities on the orders of John Gotti Sr. to John Gotti Jr. and the Gambino crime family, June 19th of 1992. Bullets will at times explode at a point when they're entering your system and leave shrapnel. But this was not at all the case with Donald Trump. The first shot, until we're being told differently, the first shot fired went right to his ear and caused all that blood to come gushing out. Where the bullet is, I have no idea. They haven't yet done a thorough ballistics press conference explaining to us where each and every one of the 8 bullets went. Now, the 8 bullets from Shooter Boy that were found on that roof that was unguarded by the Secret Service, the shells have been found. I'm talking about where the actual bullets ended up going. We've yet to be told. We know there was the Good Samaritan who was shot and killed protecting his daughters. We know the 2 others were shot. Thank God they've survived, and they had to be hospitalized. But here was Wray saying something that I don't believe. Almost, not completely, shutting the book to the fact that Shooter Boy may have had accomplices, may have had cooperators.
Whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
Yeah, not at this time. See, he leaves the door open, but the investigation continues. We'll return to this investigation 20 years from now, new FBI director, and they will say, we have not closed the investigation. We're still pursuing leads. They always say this. It covers their tuchus. I just don't accept the fact of the lone gunman theory that he took this all upon himself, that he was not aided or abetted, or that he didn't talk to anybody who encouraged him to do this. Again, he had encrypted messages that went to foreign countries, Belgium, it was Germany, and there was one other. What were the goals of those encrypted phone calls? How many did he make? Who was he talking to? There are so many questions there that might lead us to know that there were either people encouraging him to do that or giving him solace or giving him information or motivating him to do that. That hasn't been ruled out. Then we find out that the Secret Service was offered drones for the event and they rejected it. Yet Ray talked about the drone that Shooter Boy had.
So we have recovered a drone that the shooter appears to have used. It's being exploited and analyzed by the FBI lab. The drone was recovered in his vehicle. So at the time of the shooting, the drone was in his vehicle with the controller.
Again, he's flying a drone around hours before the event, and there are people already on the site. Nobody went up to him and said, hey, what the hell are you doing here? What's your ID? Let me see your ID. Nothing. And then, of course, the fact that we may never find out because the shooter is room temperature.
The shooter may be deceased, but the FBI's investigation is very much ongoing.
Oh, yeah, I'm really encouraged by that, Ray. I'm encouraged by that, Ray. I don't trust you. I don't trust the Bureau. I don't trust Secret Service. I don't trust the CIA criminals in action. I don't trust the national security agencies. Remember how Clap On, Clap Off, who was the head of the National Security Agency for Barack Obama, said we don't spy on American people, and how he was immediately proven to be wrong. You can't trust any of these people. They don't believe they have a responsibility to inform you. They believe they have a responsibility to fool you because you can't handle bad news.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Remember, as we push ahead on this, you want to consider me to be conspiratorial? Well, in the words of my enemy of all enemies, my nemesis, the schmuck-the-putz, Chuck E. Cheese Schumer, he knows because he's been in the Beltway for many, many years.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
So anybody, this is what happens when guys from New York try to change the deep state. I wouldn't doubt that Chuck Schumer put his 2 cents plain into that and started asking questions and challenging their authority and then got pimp slapped back. He seems to have implied that. We know that Donald Trump took them on, even went to Langley and spoke directly to the CIA, which they didn't like at all. It's almost like you're the president, you stay on the other side of the Potomac, you don't come to Langley CIA headquarters unless we invite you. Remember that one? And then, of course, the whole premise of the CIA is secrecy, working undercover, not being answerable to anybody, being, in essence, a rogue operation. Now, they've gotten away with that for many, many years. It was Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the U.S. Senator in New York, said you have to disband them. They're a rogue operation answerable only to themselves with an open checking account that we can't even oversee. And once other agencies learn the CIA way, which is basically to declare the Code of Omerta, and the fact that, we can't share that information because it would jeopardize the nation. Says who? In Sid's word, says who?
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight. Oh, yeah. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I'm lost in your eyes. I hope my heart don't break too much when I wake from the waste you search. I'm so weak 'cause I can't get enough. You say that you love me. Oh, I never thought we'd be like that. I've been running in 1,000 tries. You said that you love me. So why do you lie to me? 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 About. I didn't come for no clout. I get mines and I'm out. I'll survive any drought. Feelings are not allowed. I go all the way down. Yeah, we could go somewhere where we don't get service. We can sit back and smoke weed all day shirtless. I keep on going in out of your cervix. That would be perfect, but I don't think you're worth it. You say that you love me. Oh, I never thought we'd be like that. I've been running in 1,000 tries. You said that you love me. So why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me?
Oh, it's heating up. It's heating up over in the Middle East as you look at Israel. In Gaza, there were some airstrikes 24 hours ago. Gazians claim that 30 were killed. And then on a soccer field in the Golan Heights, in the area that's occupied by the Druze, very special group. I'll explain to you more about it. Probably know more about them than most people in radio. Rockets were fired by Hezbollah, the surrogate group of Iran, and they hit the soccer field, killing 12, injuring 29. Bibi was still in Washington, flew back early, and apparently just moments ago launched a series of attacks on Hezbollah bases in Lebanon. And things are ratcheting up as we speak. Remember, this battle with Hezbollah is a more difficult warlike situation than Israel has faced with Hamas in Gaza or the Houthis in Yemen. It is a structured, disciplined army where thousands and thousands of missiles are embedded deep in Lebanon, aimed all at Israel. Last time this happened, they began bombing Haifa, which is the industrial base of Israel right there in the north along the Mediterranean Sea. And I can easily see this escalating exponentially by the hour. But let's go back to the comments made by Chuck Schumer again about tangling with any of our national security agencies, FBI, Secret Service, CIA, criminals in action, etc.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you.
And I believe that, and they've certainly shown that. That's why most elected officials are terrified of them and never do a deep dive on them, but it needs to be done. Then the news story that completely just seemed not to be covered. I know I was covering it on a regular basis. To me, even more important than the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, and that was bad enough. But Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, indicating that Iran, by now, has the bomb. And yet, it was almost a non-reported item. I mean, this is like super serious.
How are you going to stop them? Well, by far, the preferable way to do it would be through diplomacy. Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
That was the same weekend that the attempted assassination by Shooter Boy against Donald Trump took place in Butler County. If, in fact, Antony Blinken is true, it would put them developing a nuclear weapon right about at this time. Do they have the payload to deliver it? Yes, they do. They certainly prove their missile capacity with Hezbollah is obviously far more effective than what the Houthis have, another surrogate group of Iran, the Ayatollahs, and Hamas has in the Gaza. So they have a way to deliver this. And the goal of the Ayatollahs, as he has said oftentimes in preaching to the masses, especially on Friday, the day of prayer for the Shia Muslims, when they will pour out of the mosque after being lectured to by their imams and scream to the high heavens over and over again for an hour or more, death to the little Satan, Israel, death to the big Satan, America. And why don't we listen to them? They're intent on doing this. They've fired up their masses to become zealots, to destroy Israel and destroy America. And then most troubling in the congressional hearing about how this one gunman was almost able to kill Donald Trump at his rally in Butler County. The question was asked about Iran's issuance of a fatwa against Donald Trump because he ordered the assassination, the killing of Soleimani, who is the general in charge of all these surrogate groups, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. And Donald Trump pulled the trigger, so to speak, when he learned that Soleimani was visiting Baghdad. Remember, there were troops there from Iran when we were trying to rid the country of ISIS. Sometimes there were troops from Iran almost side by side with the U.S. as we were going after ISIS. Yeah, working cooperatively to eliminate an enemy to both, but feeling that we were an enemy to one another at that same time, meaning Iran and the United States. And Ray said that he shared the information of the fatwa on Trump put over his head by the Ayatollahs in revenge for what he did to Soleimani 4 years ago. But then the Secret Service said that they never received the information.
And it sounds like you've known that for a long time, and that information was conveyed to the Secret Service?
Any information related to threats against the former president, which again, as we've sort of talked about, is happens all too often, is something that we have a whole process we routinely share with the Secret Service on a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
So let's get to the arena that I'm most familiar with in the series of stories breaking out in the Middle East, impacting on Israel and its enemies. In Gaza, Israeli airstrikes, according to the Gazians, killed 30 in that continuing war. But more important, because it now threatens to break out into a mini World War III, is what's happening up in the north, in the Gaza and those Israeli areas that border Lebanon. And the far more powerful Hezbollah, far more powerful than Hamas, far more powerful than the Houthis. A series of rockets were fired. There are rockets fired every day from Lebanon by Hezbollah into Israel. They've had to move over 100,000 people out of their towns and villages in that area to a safer location. So Hezbollah firing rockets into Israel is not all that unusual. In this instance, they hit a target. I don't know if the missiles were aimed at the Jews area. I tend to doubt it. But if they went off course and they hit this soccer field with all the children playing at that point, wow, they've really set it off. At first, Hezbollah said it wasn't them, although the rockets were traced coming from Lebanon. It clearly hit the soccer field. They killed 19, and they injured about 29. Now, one group of people I learned about when I was in Israel, and I've been to Israel 3 times. I was there for the 50th anniversary, in which I was even able to get into the Gaza briefly. It was not all locked up at that point. Still, Israel had some say in what went on in Gaza. But I went in and I went out. What I saw there was a horror. People packed on top of people, a very congested area, a lot of apartment buildings. It was hot. It was sweltering that day. The smell of defecation and urine because of open sewage pits that I happened to be near. And yet commerce was taking place. People were very active at that point. This was back the 50th anniversary of Israel. I was there after the Second Intifada. I was riding the double-deck buses where suicide bombers had hit. I went to that Sabaros, which had been hit, that pizza joint in Jerusalem. Again, I traveled from the Golan Heights all the way down to a lot on the Red Sea, which makes Israel about the size of New Jersey, just about, for some of you listening in the car, as you're making your trip from Bergen County near the George Washington Bridge down to Camden, exit 4 on the New Jersey Turnpike. It's about the length of Israel. It's not a big country at all. Not a big country from north to south or east to west. But in the Golan Heights, wow, this is the place that, remember Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan when he was running for mayor against me in order to raise shekels from Jews, said at the end of his presentation to Jewish Americans here that, he was hoping that he would retire to the Golan Heights. And I said, having been there twice, who the hell would retire to the Golan Heights? That's stupid. But he does that whenever he attends a particular religious or ethnic group. He'll always find out a unique area of the country of origin and claim he's going to settle there because he thinks that increases the amount of money that's donated to either his legal defense fund that he needs desperately with 4 separate federal investigations against Eric Adams and the Adams administration taking place. And the chutzpah, the Coolions actually be raising money for his reelection, which he may never get to because of all the criminal investigations. But be that as what it is, the Jews are very unique. Let's compare them to the Kurds, because like the Kurds are all over the place. Everybody hates the Kurds. You have Kurds in Syria. You have Kurds in Lebanon. You have Kurds in Iran, you have Kurds in Iraq, and they're despised in all those countries. They've been our best allies in terms of those who worship in the Muslim faith. That's most Kurds, not all Kurds, but most Kurds. So Kurdistan is really our best ally amongst all the Arab-speaking nations, without a doubt. Then you have the Druze. They, too, are in different countries. They, too, are not looked on favorably by some. The majority of these Druze are in Syria and Lebanon. Originally, they emerged out of Egypt, and they consider themselves to be like Unitarians because they have a very unique religion, very different than most. Now, I'll explain that to you momentarily, what I learned when I visited with them in the Golan Heights, because they tend to be in the Galilee area, Galilee, and in the Golan Heights. Now, there's about 1 million total Jews, most of them, as I said, in Lebanon and in Syria. but you also have them in northern Israel. I forget where else. There's another place that he can find the Jews. And they are very, very unique. Number one, actually in Jordan. You can also find them in Jordan. You cannot marry across religious lines. If you do, they have what is called an honor killing. That is, let me see how I can explain it the way it was explained to me. Let's say a woman marries out of her faith a Druze religion, which is quite unique because it is a mixture of predominantly Islam and Hinduism and classical Greek philosophy. It is the strangest religion I've ever come across. So they will honor the prophets Moses, Jesus, John the Baptist, Muhammad, and Socrates. You would say, how did Socrates get into that? They're big on Greek philosophy. They really are. There's a million of them. But don't try to get them to marry outside of their religion, especially the women. If they do, oftentimes the father will summon the brothers and say, your job is to follow wherever your sister went. And if necessary, you kill her husband and you kill your sister. And they would say, Dad, what are you talking about? No. That's the honor killing. It's what you have to do to preserve the name of your family, to make sure that you are not disgraced in the eyes of the Jews' religion. There's no holy days and no pilgrimages. In the state of Israel, the Jews will be subject to the military draft. The men, not the women. In Israel, no Israeli Arabs are permitted in the military except for the Druze in their unique worship. And they have a very specific role. They are part of an elite group that's called the Sword Battalion. And they are fierce fighters. There's no doubt about it. They fought in the Bekaa Valley that leads from Syria into Lebanon. They battled in Beirut when the Muslims were trying to take over and oust the Maronite Christians. They allied themselves with the Maronite Christians. It's been quite the go for the Jews. Again, no conversion, even into their faith. So if all of a sudden you, Broadway Bill Lee or Tony, you wanted to become a Jews, nope, sorry, we don't accept you. There's no conversion. We don't want our people marrying outside of the Jews' faith. And their practices, as I learned, their religious practices, whereas I can almost communicate with everyone else over in Israel, whether they were Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Arabs, Bedouins, obviously Ashkenazis, Sephardic Jews, those who were born and raised in Israel, they would explain to me their religious practices. The practices of the Jews are kept secret. The only ones who are enlightened are the group of Jews that are called the knowers. The knowers. Like I said, it is a very, very different kind of a religion, but they do serve in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, but not the women. They are not permitted to. And they have a elite order called the Sword Battalion, which their enemies have said are very, very adept, very dedicated, and a killing force on behalf of Israel against all of their enemies. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Again, the news of the day, Bibi, upon his return to Israel from his visit to the United States, has launched a counterattack into Hezbollah compounds throughout Lebanon, escalating what is war there, because they don't describe it as war. But anytime one country is firing missiles at another country, as Hezbollah has, the Iranian surrogates, which are part of the government of Lebanon, and they basically control southern Lebanon since Israel left there. It's a war, and it's only going to escalate. And at some point, there's going to have to be an intervention because Hezbollah is very strong, much stronger than Hamas, much stronger than the Houthis. And there may even be the entrance of Iran into the battle, and Israel is all but up for it. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
And the revisionism continues from the White House.
Cause I was sitting there bored to death, and in just one breath he said, you gotta get up, you gotta get off, you gotta get down, girl. You know you drive me crazy, baby. You've got to turn into another man. Called you on the phone, no one's home. Baby, why leave me all alone? And if it wasn't for the music, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah. Last night a DJ saved my life.
To the break of dawn.
Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart.
None of you are going to sleep on me.
Saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song.
Oh, did you see Kamala Harris in a pantsuit doing that two-step? Yeah. Trying to prove that she's cool, hip, happening. Yeah.
Not today. Before I had you on my mind, why be so unkind?
100 days to go.
All around,
and they're trying to say that Kamala Harris was never the czarina of border issues. Never, never, never. Just listen to Karine Jean-Pierre, better known as KJP.
Why are Democrats so sensitive about the vice president and the border?
Why are Republicans so sensitive about actually not owning up to them getting in the way of a border deal? Why? Why won't they own up to that? Why won't they own up to the last president told them not to move forward? It was a bipartisan deal on just right there, available to them, and they voted twice against it. Twice against it. Why are they so sensitive to moving forward and actually dealing on an issue that majority of Americans care about, is dealing with what's going on at the border?
Do you think that the border would be less of a talking point now if there was less migration to the border, say if somebody had addressed root causes of migration sooner?
Wait, hold on a second. Did you not hear the beginning of I know there were a lot of toppers, but one of the toppers, I talked about what we're seeing at the border. It's down by 55%. Not because of Republicans in Congress and what they did. It's because what this president and this vice president did. He moved forward and took actions to deal with what's going on at the border. Republicans continue to block getting resources to the Border Patrol agents. They continue to block actually dealing with an immigration system. So yes, we are going to debunk the false characterization of the vice president. She was not a border czar.
What? She damn well was. But KGP, Karine Jean-Pierre, figures if I keep repeating this new talking point from the White House, enough people might actually believe it.
Yes, we are going to debunk the false characterization of the vice president. She was not a border czar.
What? Could I hear that again and again and again?
Yes, we are going to debunk the false characterization of the vice president. She was not a border czar.
Man, I need to hear it in a rhythm of four.
She was not a border czar. She was not a border czar. She was not a border czar. She was not a border czar.
Whoa! I guess they believe if you say it enough, people will believe she wasn't the border czarina. And yet she's out there strutting her stuff in a pantsuit to this song to try to reach a younger vote to say, I'm cool, I'm hip, I'm happening. I got some fly stride. Yeah, you kick it, Kamala.
I hopped into my car, didn't get very far, no. Before I had you on my mind, why be so unkind? You've got your women all around this town.
Man, you should have seen her strutting her stuff. She does that two-step, Broadway Bill Lee and Tony. Turn it out.
But when I turned on my radio, I found out all
Come on, Kamala. Come on. Come on, girl. You can do it.
Last night a DJ saved my life.
Yeah.
Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life.
Man, Joe Biden wouldn't have been able to do this. No way.
Last night a DJ saved my
But
life.
hold on, Sister Kamala. Hold on, Sister Kamala.
I love you. You always have my back. You're really amazing. You're the best partner I could imagine.
God, makes me want to vomit. I feel soiled like I got to take a hot shower. But anyway, Czarina of Borderland Security, as much as you don't want to be referred to as that any longer, Kamala. The Mexican drug kingpin Ismael El Mayo Zambada, who co-founded the Sinaloa cartel of Pablo Shorty Guzman, is in U.S. custody with El Chapo's son. By the way, flying back and forth to El Paso on a regular basis in a private jet. How the hell was that going on? And yet they beg him now because now they want to be able to show, yeah, Kamala, man, even if you don't believe that she was doing anything with the border, man, she's working with the DEA to do this. Please. Enough of this. That just wasn't her thing. She didn't crack down on any of those violators coming across the border. She didn't crack down on the sex traffickers, the drug dealers, the invasion. Nope. She was too busy doing other things. But she wasn't doing her main job, and that is so obvious. When we come back, we got to talk about what the grifter governor in New York has chosen not to do, and now she's paying a price. You know, Kathy Hochul, and I call her Kathy Hochul because she's full of nonsense, always prided herself on being the daughter of Erie County, daughter of Buffalo, who said, and this is the truth, it is not like Sarah Palin who said, I could look out my kitchen window and see Russia. She couldn't. In this case, Kathy Hochul can look out her window and see the province of Ontario in Canada across Lake Erie. She can. But she was not paying attention to what was going on south of Buffalo, even though the people there were begging her, beseeching her. We need help. We need help. We're overrun with homeless people in a town of 28,000 at 500 homeless people. Occupying private property, public property, down at the river, in the parks, on the grass, on the sidewalks. And Kathy Hochul chose to do nothing. And now they've declared a state of emergency in Jamestown, not far from the residence of the two grifters of state politics, Mr. and Mrs. Holcomb.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC.
Oh, yeah. Get into the step, Tony. New kids on the block, hanging tough. Yeah, hanging tough. I'm hanging tough the rest of the day until I return at 8 o'clock for the Enhanced Rip and Read with Nancy, 8 to 10. Then the animal welfare from 10 to 11. But I got a lot to do in between. Gotta hang tough. I am tough. Fight, 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 fight. We're up. So first off, gotta head down to Hall Street, where Clinton Hill is under siege. Yeah, I know they're Democrats, liberals, progressives, socialists, hipsters, and millennials, joined by elderly African-American homeowners. But they've been overrun by 4,500 single able-bodied young men of military age with nothing to do, nowhere to go, put into a one-square-block warehouse area. Hall Street and Ravison. And there have been shootings and stabbings there, and the mayor refuses to go there. He's the one who sent him there, but he won't dare face the people there. And old Renee Collmore is having none of that.
Hey, Renee, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
How do you feel like to see all this stuff going on in your area? You
this
grew up
here.
here.
This is a shame. I don't even have to wait for you to finish. This is a shame. We are disgusted here. I grew up here. My family has been here since 1940. This is not a good representation of New York City, Brooklyn, nor this neighborhood. Other nations are watching, and they are laughing at us that we are not in control of a situation. This has turned into a mess, a total mess.
And that it is. Renee and her neighbors, I will not forsake you. I have not forsaken you. I've been down there. I've actually cleaned up the streets. I've done what the city refuses to do. They warehouse the illegals. They make a lot of money. It's a billion-dollar business with a lot of no-bid contracts and a hell of a lot of kickbacks to Team Adams. But the people there are upset. Now, that's northern Brooklyn. And the hipsters and millennials, I think, have reached their breaking point because they're upset at all the crime that the migrants have caused.
That's terrible. Sometimes I feel like it's hard to stay up with all of the crime in New York because it does feel like there's so much.
There's so much. Hey, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan. You say the jobs are up, crime is down. And then, of course, I will be joining the majority of the Chinese-American community, but others will be going down to Foley Square 12 noon for the mother of all demonstrations against the all-male shelter that Eric Adams has said there's no turning back from. He's going to put on the corner of 86th and 25th Avenue where Gravesend meets Bensonhurst. And he has been met with demonstration day and night from the Chinese-American community, sometimes thousands, sometimes hundreds. And we expect thousands to come out today and protest against Eric Adams' plan to put an all-men's shelter. Single able-bodied men living in a building right on 25th Avenue and 86th Street in Gravesend where it meets Bensonhurst, and that ain't going down well. In fact, those thousands will be at Foley Square starting at 12, and from there, They're going to go down to City Hall and then over the Brooklyn Bridge and back to 86th and 25th Ave. I will be joining them. Hopefully you can too. And as a little bit of an hors d'oeuvre, I was joined by the Republican assemblyman representing parts of that area, a man who had to fight for his right to serve in the state legislature because the crooked Speaker of the House, Carl Heastie, and the lawyer that he chose, Stanley the Slime Schlein, put Lester Chang to a 4-hour inquisition, trying to deny the constituents of his assemblyman district in Brooklyn the opportunity of having him represent them. He won, they lost. And boy, he's been out there almost every day, and it's been a cheerleader for me.
Assemblyman Lester Chang, Republican, with all the hundreds of people here protesting the homeless men's shelter, we're in solidarity with Democrats and Republicans.
Curtis Agnew reporting us over here. Our community, our mayor, our people's mayor, the next mayor of New York City, Curtis Sliwa. Yeah!
Back, Eric Adams, if you try to arrest these people, it'll be the worst political mistake you make in your short political life, because you won't be mayor again, that's for sure.
That's for sure. The next people's mayor is Curtis Sliwa. Watch it.
That would be a major mistake if he thinks he can arrest those elderly Chinese people. They're out there every day from 6 in the morning till 9 at night, banging those placards, just as you heard in the background as I was talking to Lester Chang, the Republican assemblyman from that area. They are determined. They are obsessed with keeping that men's shelter out. They already defeated the mayor in City Hall and the Department of Homeless Housing on Bath Avenue in Bath Beach. They try to do the same thing there. They're saying, nope, it ain't coming to our neighborhood. So they're going to be down at Foley Square. I'm going to be joining them. If you have a similar issue in your neighborhood, you should really come down. I'll talk to you there and give you advice and come down and help your community, as I have at least 16 communities now, from Staten Island through Brooklyn, through Queens to the Bronx, to fight back against City Hall when they schedule you to have either a migrant shelter or a normal homeless shelter that just deals with Americans. Then there is the closing of the venerable Neptune Diner. I got to go to the Neptune Diner. Right there on the Grand Central Parkway in Queens, as you're taking the roadway that is going to get you onto the Triborough Bridge, and you're going to either go into the Bronx or Manhattan. It's been there for 40 years, the Neptune Diner, and it will close late today. I will go there and have a meal and pay my respects because I've had a lot of political meetings there at the Neptune Diner at the beginning of Astoria. As you work your way down to Ditmars and what has become a scene out of the Twilight Zone. Ditmars and 31st, my God, it looks like a bomb hit the place. Half the storefronts are empty. That never occurred before. Half. And now there'll be no Neptune Diner because developers have bought up the property. So they'll remove the staples. They'll remove any other edifices. And they're going to put up a high-rise. They claim it's going to be affordable, but they never are. And they're getting rid of another institution in New York City as the flight and the escape and the exodus continues. So I'll be heading out to the Neptune Diner for the final time. If any of you have had great memories at the Neptune, make a trip there today. Pay your respects because it's going dark after tonight. It will no longer be in operation. It sort of reminds me of the time that we learned that the Shalimar Diner in nearby Rego Park in Queens had to shut its doors. I mean, that was a place where all the politicos would hang out. And, of course, the Georgia Diner, which merged with the Nevada Diner, My favorite for my two sons, Carter and Hunter, was the T-Bone Diner right there at the subway entrance to the E and the F and the R train there, Queens Boulevard in Forest Hills. And, of course, the Bayside Diner. They've all closed since. These institutions are no more. And then, of course, the Whitestone Bowling Alley that was open 24 hours. The Neptune Diner was open 24 hours. And people who were working swing shifts or graveyard shifts would go bowl a few games there, whether it was gutter balls or it was strikes or it was spares. No more. God, Queens is being devastated. It was always a borough of homeowners, single-family homeowners, two-family homeowners, and now, through this upzoning and this project, City of Yes, the mayor is trying to force the elimination in some areas of the single-family homes, the two-family homes, and replacing them with high-rise buildings that will have commercial operations on the second and third floor. So that means if you want to go get a haircut, Broadway Bill Lee, you can go up to the third floor. It's going to be hanging right off of that apartment building, your barber shop or the weed shop, right? God, what is wrong? That's what, when you go to third world countries, you see that. And now they're trying to do it here in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York through this project, yes? Only to sort of wine, dine, and pocket line the developers with all kinds of tax breaks. Horrible. Horrible. And then the story of all stories. You know, not much has been said about this Broadway Bill Lee. But the FBI last week raided the Long Island home of the former Kathy Holcomb, Deputy Chief of Staff, very high in the ranks of the executive office in Albany. The woman in question, Linda Sun, and her husband occupied this home, which is in Manhasset in a gated community. They made 2 separate raids on this property. They came in early in the morning before darkness had left. So it was completely pitch black out when they made the first raid. Then they came back in the latter part of the morning. They made their second raid. Kathy Holcomb, the governor, and her grifter husband have had no comment. They were very close to Linda's son. This all has to do with their administration and the monies that they may have received from Red China. Yeah, Red China is more than happy to contribute to people's elections, whether in primaries or in general elections. They'll do it through third parties. They'll do it in PACs. It's called dark money. They're more than happy to contribute in what they say is the American way, in which they can influence the politics of those in elective office to be favorable towards anything that Red China does and not exclude them. So that they've learned that cash is king. Roll on up. Give cash to the elected officials, to their campaign managers, to their pet projects, and you will get their attention. And this is certainly troublesome. The fact that Linda's son knows where all of Holcomb's bones are buried and who buried them, she may well be cooperating with the federal government as we speak. I will continue to do the deep dive on this along with Nancy, the e-attorney, to let you know expeditiously what's going on here. Because before she was the deputy chief of staff for Kathy Holcomb, and I always use the term Holcomb because she's full of nonsense, she was taken into the Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo administration as the liaison to the Asian community. Her job was to get wine, dined, and pocket lined by Asian investors contributing to the elect Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo campaign for governor. Oh, my God. Man, this may end up rubbing both in a very negative, very damning area. And that's not something that Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo is looking forward to. But somebody's got to ask him the question, what was your relationship to Linda's son? What did she perform for you when you were governor in Albany? I understand she was your fundraiser in the Asian community. She carried your booster bag, and she could be implicated. Definitely with Holcomb, and possibly with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. Let me give my shout-out, if I can, Broadway Bill Lee, to Andrew Cuomo. Do you mind as I speak to him on WLIR? It is our FM affiliate that goes straight to Southampton, to the mansion that is owned by Chris Cuomo, a.k.a. Fredo, and guarded by Joe Percoco, their wartime consigliere, who did 6 years for political corruption when Cuomo was governor. Wow. They could get him, too, on this. But FM means freaking morons, feeble-minded, fornicating madly, free marijuana, and, of course, Frank Morano. So if you happen to be listening, as I know you listen to religiously WABC, Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, let me give you your wake-up call, your shout-out. Andrew, ascendame, tu si uprovino sfacim. And like your father, Mario, you are. So time to rise and shine, Andrew Cuomo. I know that you know who Linda's son is. And I know damn well that Kathy Holcomb knows who Linda's son is. And how, let's just say, she could nourish the bottom line with cash. Cash from where? That is to be determined. We'll be waiting for an explanation from the Eastern District in downtown Brooklyn as to whether there will be indictments or not of the governor who has remained hush-hush, mush-mush. Somebody better wake up Governor Holcomb and her grifter husband, because the little bucolic town of Jamestown, just south of Buffalo, has declared a state of emergency. They have made 60 calls to the executive offices of Governor Holcomb, who says she's a sister of Erie County of Western New York, about squatters all in their town. The town of 28,000, they have declared a state of emergency because of unauthorized camping on public and private land. 500 homeless people shooting drugs openly, defecating, urinating in public, on the sidewalks, in the grass, in the parks, down by the river. And Kathy Holcomb has not responded at all. Now, if it were a migrant issue, oh my God, she'd be like a roller derby princess, elbowing everyone out of the way. We must provide services for the migrants, the illegals, a place for them to stay. But for our own Americans down on their luck, especially veterans who served in wartime or peacetime, the message is oofa to them.
Back-to-school savings are officially in session at Tanger Outlets. Shop tax-free August 2nd through 6th and save up to 70% off the latest school styles. The best of apparel, footwear, accessories, and more. Save at Nike Factory Store, American Eagle, Gap Outlet, Crocs, Under Armour, Banana Republic Factory, and hundreds more. There's always something happening. Discover the latest fun and events all season long. Tanger Outlets, your savings destination.